deep in receipts. Headlines flying, but we read past the tweets. If it's news, if it's now, Steve breaks it down. Cause the truth hits different when the facts come out.
Good morning, friends. Thank you for being here. Happy Wednesday, February the 11th. We know you got many choices to make every single day, and we are grateful that you choose to spend some time with us. So thank you, thank you, thank you. You know the drill. Tapping is clapping, liking is loving, sharing is caring. Please consider joining our team. Please consider contributing to the gifting goals today, because that helps us remain and get to and remain on the FYP. We are marching towards our do something target of $25K. We crossed $1,000 yesterday. Thank you all very, very much. Details on the Do Something Tour are available in our Discord. Also, you can follow the Do Something Tour on Instagram. Please consider subscribing to YouTube and to Twitch. We are streaming on both locations. Hello, tubers. Hello, Twitchers. How are y'all? Please head on over to the link tree that's in my bio. You can find a link to the Discord. If for some reason it doesn't work, you can either copy the link and put it in a browser, and that will open it automatically, or just reach out to one of our moderators, and they can help too. I want to call your attention to the Facts merch store. It's Facts HQ or Factsstillmatter.site. We are still raising money for the Community Action Network in Minneapolis. It's canmn.org. There's some items that are exclusive to Minneapolis and Minnesota in the merch store. All proceeds from the sales of items in those particular categories will go directly to that organization. We will continue that through this Friday. Sort of like in honor of Valentine's Day. That's coming up this weekend, so be prepared. And so all those, I think we're pushing 250 or somewhere in that particular range. I'll check. I'll share all the receipts with you guys, and we'll make that donation on your behalf. Also, speaking of the merch store, there's a lot of information there. And by the way, the new look and feel of our merch store. Thank you, Sam. Also, information about the Do Something Tour. We have a contact email address. Like I said, you can find us on Instagram. So please consider doing all those things. We thank you very, very much. A lot to cover today, including at 10 o'clock this morning, we will stream Pam Bondi's testimony in front of Congress. That is going to be interesting, to say the least, because we'll talk about some of the things that she's going to have to answer for this morning. But just to start today, I want to just call out something that the right is now using as their sort of saving grace, something that they've stated that now has cleared Donald Trump. Before I get into that, though, I want to give credit to this person. I don't even know who they are, but I want to try to figure out who they are and credit them, because they did this amazing post on Instagram. Chase Weideman is this person's name, and this is what they wrote. Hypothetically, if someone was accused of fucking goats by over 30 different people and regularly denied it, but also dropped very public hints about how much he liked to fuck goats for decades, and then ran a goat pageant to find the best looking goats, and was best friends with someone who got convicted of fucking goats and trafficking goats to friends all over the world who also like to fuck goats. And his name was in the classified Goat Fucker Chronicles 5,000 times, and he wished other goat fuckers well in prison. What do you think the odds are that person is also a goat fucker? I would say the odds are pretty high. Hypothetically speaking, it's kind of the point. So there's this story now that the right is running with about this report that was dropped by ABC News, having to do with a communication. Like I said, like yesterday, one of the things that I wanted to focus on through this entire thing was the contradictions, like the lies, how time frames did not match up, how stories changed. I mean, Howard Nutlick put on blast all over right-wing spaces yesterday. And, oh, sorry about that. Hang on one second. Let me just reset this. Hang on one second. Sorry about that, friends. Okay. My approach to this whole thing was about let's sort of unpack. Obviously, we can't even. It's impossible to discuss the depravity of what we've witnessed, including torture and all kinds of other shit, and experimentation and all kinds of other things. I don't think that matters to our friends on the right. I think none of it matters. My focus has been on sort of the timeline contradictions, how one statement contradicts another, and we sort of blew up the entire narrative. I mean, Howard Nutlick got caught in a bold-faced fucking lie, perjured himself. There's no doubt about it. You don't have a track record of lying, and then all of a sudden you find clarity. No, you don't. So anyway, there was this report that came out. Again, a lot of the files, a lot of the information that we're finding that's coming available to us, right? Contradictions again on the time frame about when the relationship ended between the current president, the twice impeached, four-time indicted, sexually abusing fraudster, convicted felon, name on a list, predator, racist, that guy. Yeah, lots of contradictions in the timing. So this story has now circulated through the magosphere, and they believe that this story clears the president when it absolutely destroys the entire narrative. I don't know how they can possibly think this story that I'm going to get into with you does anything other than prove that he's been lying the entire time about when their relationship ended and what he knew. So I'm going to give credit to Julie K. Brown because she's the one that kind of did the initial reporting on this. So let's listen to her talk about it, and then I'll give you some more background. So she appeared with Anderson Cooper.
Investigative reporter for the Miami Herald, whose work was instrumental in exposing the extent of Jeffrey Epstein's crime. She's also the author of Perversion of Justice, the Jeffrey Epstein Story. Tonight, Julie, you have new reporting for the Miami Herald in a piece titled Trump Told Palm Beach Police Chief Everyone Knew About Epstein, Maxwell Was Evil. So, Julie, your new reporting in the Herald tonight is about comments then Citizen Trump allegedly made to the Palm Beach police some 20 years ago about Epstein and Maxwell. Can you just walk us through it?
Yes. To put this in context, this was in...
And just to be clear about what you're going to hear and what Julie Brown's going to take you through is what MAGA is now claiming clears the president of charges. Again, hypothetically speaking, a whole bunch of goat fuckers in a network of goat fuckers sharing information about goat fuckers, and one person who happens to be mentioned in the Goat Fucker Chronicles more than anybody else is innocent? Okay, got it.
July of 2006, and it was right around the time that Epstein was arrested and that there were stories in the media about him being accused of having sex or sexually abusing minors at his mansion. And it was right after that story broke in Palm Beach that Trump called the Palm Beach police chief, who he knew well because, Trump knew a lot of people in Palm Beach, including the chief, and made this comment to the effect that, everyone knew. First, he wanted to thank the police for finally stopping him because, again, Epstein was finally arrested at this time, and then said everybody knew. And he also goes on to describe to tell the police to really take a good look at Maxwell because she was sort of the quote unquote operative and she was evil. And he also mentioned that he had been in some kind of a space with Epstein and a bunch of teenage girls. It bothered him. And he said, I got the hell out of there. So this is in the context of Trump finding out that Epstein is really being scrutinized now for what he was doing with underage girls and coming to the Palm Beach police chief and saying, well, thank you. Everybody knew he was doing this. So it sort of contradicts some of the statements that Trump has made in the past.
Just a bit.
Saying that he really didn't know anything about what Epstein was doing
exactly.
With underage girls.
Exactly.
Now, have you gotten comment from the White House on this? Because we asked the administration for comment. We got a DOJ official told us, quote, we're not aware of any corroborating evidence that the president contacted law enforcement 20 years ago.
Okay. Only the
they could look in their
testimony?
Epstein files because this is a FBI document that's contained in the files, which we've attached to the story. And also I sent to them. They sent me the same statement. So, I don't know what they mean by corroborating, but this is a document that is clearly in the files that, as I said, I sent to them.
It's remarkable because in your article, it really goes into detail about Palm Beach police investigating, seeing schoolgirls going into, apparently schoolgirls, girls with braces and backpacks going into Epstein's mansion, them developing a case, taking it to prosecutors, and prosecutors not pursuing it.
That's right. This was part of my original investigation back in 2018, where we realized that Palm Beach police had made a very thorough investigation, had dozens of victims that they had interviewed, and they wanted to prosecute him on for a state crime, for a sexual assault or crimes involving sex with minors. And the state attorney at the time backed down and said he didn't want to charge him with something so serious. In fact, he was going to just charge Epstein with solicitation. The police chief balked at that and said that there is no way you're just going to charge him with a solicitation charge. And eventually the police chief, Michael Ryder, who was a true behind-the-scenes hero in this story, went over the state attorney's head and took the case to the FBI.
And according to your reporting, Epstein hired investigators to basically follow the police and go through their garbage to try to find incriminating stuff about police officers.
They really tried to damage the police. I mean, they dug into everything. They were trying to call Epstein hired publicists to plant stories in the media that were negative of the police chief, that it was some kind of a vendetta by the police. I mean, it was just very baseless claims that they were making to try to discredit the police, the detective, the victims. They followed the victims. They followed the victims' families. I mean, it was an all-out campaign to discredit anyone who was trying to implicate or accuse Epstein of any of these crimes.
Okay, so that is the reporter Julie K. Brown who sort of broke this story. Just for a little bit more context, remember with the series of lies that the president and his administration has told about the timeline. Real estate deal, that he was a creep, that it was stealing employees. We've got information in the Epstein files about meetings with Don Jr., meetings with the Trump boys, emails about when J.E. was going to be at Mar-a-Lago, emails that he was never a member at Mar-a-Lago, that thus never kicked out, invited back as a guest. All these things just blow a hole in all of it. And the president's own words saying, I kicked him out because he was stealing employees. Now, we know that's not true. So if that's the reason he kicked him out, then when you read this story, so I'll give you, the headline is, this is from ABC. This is a story that was been reported on by Julie K. Brown. And this is information that became available in the release of the J.E. files, of which Pam Bondi is going to have to answer for this morning at 10 o'clock. Get your popcorn, make some coffee. A former Palm Beach Florida police chief, who investigated Jeffrey Epstein in the mid-2000s, told the FBI he had received a call from Donald Trump at the time to say, thank goodness you're stopping him. Everyone has known he's been doing this. So then that would say after his arrest, after Jeffrey's arrest, the president calls the Florida Palm Beach Police Department and says, thank goodness you're stopping him. Everyone has known he's been doing this, including then you, sir, which defeats your entire fucking narrative. You didn't say, I kicked him out because I learned that he was grooming kids. Because if you'd done that, then you're fucked. What's bullshit? Somebody said that's bullshit. Anyway, the Miami Herald was the first to report on the FBI document. President Trump has repeatedly denied any knowledge of Jeffrey's crimes and has said that he cut off contact with his former friend nearly 20 years ago. Trump has claimed that he booted Epstein from Mar-a-Lago after discovering that he was poaching employees from the club's spa. The police chief's name, Michael Ryder, is redacted from the document on the Department of Justice website. It has since been unredacted, but the information in the FBI's statement tracks with previously public information about Ryder's role in the investigation that began in 2005. Ryder's detectives were investigating Epstein for allegedly recruiting girls as young as 14 to provide massages that turned schmexual. The information about Trump's alleged call makes up just a small part of the 4-page FBI report summarizing Ryder's testimony in October 2019, 2 months after Epstein's passing. Is that fake? Is this guy a rhino? Are we not going to believe this story now? I'm sure. Quote, Donald Trump told Ryder, this is in the document, in the FBI complaint. Donald Trump told Ryder that he threw Epstein out of his club. Trump called the Palm Beach Police Department to tell him, thank goodness you're stopping him. Everyone has known he's been doing this, the FBI report of Ryder's statement says. The alleged call came from Trump in July of 2006, around the time the details of the police investigation became public, according to a source familiar with the timing. Again, after the news broke. Okay? Trump told him people in New York knew Epstein was disgusting. Trump said Maxwell was Epstein's operative. She is evil, and to focus on her. I'm going to pause on the story right there for a second and then bring you back in time a little bit to this infamous interview that Donald Trump gave with Jonathan Swan during his first presidency on the topic of Ghislaine Maxwell. Remember, the quote from the story that I just read you was, let's see. Trump said Maxwell was Epstein's operative and she is evil, and to focus on her. Really? Okay.
Maxwell. You said, quote, I just wish her well, frankly. I've met her numerous times over the years, especially since I lived in Palm Beach, but I wish her well, whatever it is. Mr. President, Ghislaine Maxwell has been arrested on allegations of child sex trafficking. Why would you wish such a person well?
I don't know that, but I do know that
she has. She's been arrested for that. You know that.
Friend or boyfriend,
Epstein,
was either killed or committed suicide in jail. She's now in jail. Yeah, I wish her well. I'd wish you well. I'd wish a lot of people well. Good luck. Let them prove somebody was guilty.
Good luck.
I mean, you do know that.
Oh, so you're saying you hope she doesn't die in jail?
One more time.
First of all, I don't know that, but I do know that
she has. She's been arrested for that. You know
her
that.
friend or boyfriend,
Epstein,
was either killed or committed suicide in jail. She's now in jail. Yeah, I wish her well. I'd wish you well. I'd wish a lot of people well. Good luck. Let them prove somebody was guilty. I mean, you do know that.
Oh, so you're saying you hope she doesn't die in jail? Is that what you mean by wish her well?
Her boyfriend died in jail, and people are still trying to figure out, how did it happen? Was it suicide? Was he killed? And I do wish her well. I'm not looking for anything bad for her. I'm not looking bad for anybody.
You're not?
And they took that and
I mean, she's
made
a
it
child alleged child
such
sex
a
trafficking.
big deal. But all it is her boyfriend died. He died in jail. Was he killed? Was it suicide?
Okay, that is the date on that interview is August 4th, 2020. Okay, that's the date on that interview. Right? You heard what the president said. I wish her well. Good luck. One more time. Just again.
In jail. She's now in jail. Yeah, I wish her well. I'd wish you well. I'd wish a lot of people well. Good luck. Let them prove.
I wish her well. I wish a lot of people well. Good luck. August 4th, 2020 is the date of that interview. This reporting, information that came available via the Epstein file release over the weekend, this came from a phone call that Trump made in 2006 to the Palm Beach Police Department stating this. Trump told him people in New York knew Jeffrey was disgusting. Trump said Maxwell was Jeffrey's operative. She is evil, and to focus on her. So, really, really interesting, isn't it? Now, I know this is what you're going to see in the TikTok streets. People running around. I saw it, of course, in the middle of the night. Everybody saying this clears the president, and see he contacted law enforcement. He contacted law enforcement after the arrest and said, again, I'm glad you finally got him. Everyone knew. People in New York knew Jeffrey was disgusting. Trump said Maxwell was Epstein's operative. She is evil, and to focus on her. Trump told Ryder that he was around Epstein once when teenagers were present, and Trump got the hell out of there. Trump was one of the very first people to call when people found out that they were investigating Jeffrey, and the report of Ryder's statement said. A DOJ official told ABC News in a statement that the agency was not aware of any corroborating evidence that the president contacted law enforcement 20 years ago. On Tuesday, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt did not directly engage when reporters at a briefing asked about the apparent discrepancy, instead reiterating that the president kicked Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago and cut off their relationship. And when pressed on whether the phone call happened, she again avoided answering. Shocker. Look, that phone call that may or may not have happened in 2006. I don't know the answer to that question. What I'm telling you is that what President Trump has always said is that he kicked Jeffrey out of his Mar-a-Lago club because Jeffrey was a creep, and that remains true. The account of Trump's alleged call to Ryder is summarized in the FBI document, has not previously been reported. Ryder was a central figure in the first law enforcement probe of Epstein in Florida. After repeatedly sparring behind the scenes with local prosecutors, Ryder went public in 2006, expressing his displeasure with local prosecutors. Don't forget who was involved then: Alex Acosta, Pam Bondi, and the entire network. You know, the feeding system to the cabinet, apparently. Anywho, after repeatedly sparring behind the scenes with local prosecutors, Ryder went public in 2006, expressing his displeasure with the local prosecutor's decision to take the case to a grand jury instead of charging Epstein directly. Ryder apologized to the victims for the way the case had been handled by the prosecutor and then coordinated with federal authorities to launch another investigation into Epstein, which ultimately ended in Epstein's non-prosecution agreement in 2008. Ryder did not immediately respond to a request for comment about the account of his statement to the FBI. I mean, what? There's, again, I don't need any more evidence, but this completely destroys the entire narrative. The claim was the president said, I didn't know anything about it. I kicked him out because of a real estate deal, or I kicked him out because he was stealing employees. Not I kicked him out because I knew of his child sex trafficking ring, of which I was a part of. This statement, I'm going to unpack this for 1 second here. Let's see. Trump told him that people in New York knew Epstein was disgusting. Trump said Maxwell was evil and to focus on her. Trump told Ryder that he was around Epstein once when teenagers were present, and Trump got the hell out of there. Okay, I have a difficult time believing that because of these statements that were recently made by Ghislaine Maxwell and then previously by J.E. This is part of Maxwell's when she testified just the other day. So I'm gonna play this for you. This was her taking the fifth and asked a very specific question. Hang on 1 second.
Aware of Donald Trump ever engaging in activity with an individual introduced to him by you or Jeffrey Epstein?
I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to silence.
Have you ever socialized?
That was Delane. Now this question again is to Jeffrey Epstein.
With Donald Trump in the presence of females under the age of 18?
Though I'd like to answer that question, at least today, I'm going to have to assert my Fifth, Sixth, and 14th Amendment rights, sir.
Okay. Let's connect those dots, shall we? Let's connect those dots again, like we like to do. The lies told by the administration have been endless. And at the center of that is Pam Bondi, who will be testifying today at 10 o'clock, and we will stream that live. Corroborated, the lies, I should say, the lies corroborated by Caroline Leavitt, by Kash Patel, by everyone else connected to this, claims that he knew nothing of this. Once it became public, for plausible deniability, he picks up the phone and contacts the Palm Beach Police Department, who investigated this, and then says, oh yeah, she's evil. Everyone knew. Everyone knew. That would mean that you knew, then you didn't do anything about it because guess what? You were involved. Once again, just real quick, where is it? If I can find it again. Maybe I don't have it anymore. I was going to read to you. Yeah, the whole goat fucker thing, right? A network of goat fuckers, and you're mentioned in the Goat Fucker Chronicle more than anybody else, and you're not a goat fucker? Okay. So here's where we sit, right? Here's where we sit. The story that the MAGA right is now running with as the ship is sinking, right? This is a question for you. Who jumps first? We'll see. They believe that this story clears them because the president says everyone knew. If everyone knew, that means that you knew. And your entire story, the entire thing is just blown up in your face. It's game fucking over. There's no defense to it. So stop defending it. I jumped in a live for a little while last night, and I try to maintain my patience, but I was angry yesterday. And I am just listening to people defend it. And there was a plea for humanity. I'm like, why the fuck are you guys going so far down the road to try to defend this? You don't need to debase yourself every single fucking day. And I lost my fucking shit. I don't like that. I don't like it when I lose my temper. I just don't like it. But it kind of built up. Here we are trying to defend Donald Trump's racism. I mean, come on. trying to defend the fact that he's in the files more than anybody else, and then using this story that I just shared with you as proof that he did nothing wrong? Are you kidding me? It does exactly the opposite of that. It destroys his entire narrative about when he knew and who he told. If he knew these kinds of things, why didn't he say anything? Then Mike Johnson a few months back went out and said that infamous moment when he said that Trump was an FBI informant. That story's gone too. The entire thing is right in front of you, MAGA. It's right in front of you. The person that you admire so much is a fucking child rapist. Yes, I will say it. There is no denying it. Okay? Yes, give him his due process. Give everybody their due process. But you don't need any more evidence. You don't need any more. I'm watching the people in here. Just, do you all think insulting me is going to change the fact that the person you support for president is a predator? Do you think calling me names or sending me death threats like I get every single day is going to change any of that fact? No, it's not. Time does not stop. Forget about everything else. Call facts, homophobic slurs, you name it. Threatening to take my head off, et cetera, et cetera. You think that's going to change anything? Do you think that's going to change the story? Is it going to change the fact that you've been lied to about this entire thing? I've been very clear about this thing. Yes, I realize that there was a case during the Biden administration, but they still should have done more. They still should have protected and heard the voices of survivors. And I'm angry that they didn't. And this goes back to the first Trump administration and even the Obama administration. And in a system where people who look like me, built by people who look like me to protect people who look like me, it involves everyone. What was the statement Thomas Massie said yesterday? This is going to bring the entire fucking thing crashing down. Crashing down. And the only people are unwilling to see it are his most loyal voters, because he knows that no matter what he tells you, you will believe it. You will believe it. I've got some sound from I found this video of a Trump supporter. This is exactly what we're just talking about here. Okay, I want you to listen to this and how fucking disturbing this is. So this is I don't even know this guy's name, but he's hardcore MAGA. And this will tell you exactly what it is that we discuss in this space every single day.
If you took any man alive, any grown-ass man in his 50s, I don't care how old he is, you put him on an island with a beautiful 14-year-old girl and nobody's looking, he knows that nobody's looking. Another thing that I know with absolute certainty, if you took any man alive, any grown-ass man in his 50s, I don't care how old he is, you put him on an island with a beautiful 14-year-old girl and nobody's looking, he knows that nobody's looking.
You see what I mean? I'm a man in his 50s. I don't behave that way. Never would. Never would. So here we sit, right? Insurmountable evidence of a massive worldwide trafficking ring preying on children. Not just the crimes of, not just the sexual abuse, but fucking torture and murder and experimentation. And the person who is mentioned in these files more than anyone else is innocent. He told you a bunch of shit and you believe it. He told you that he was looking out for you. But trans people are the threat. Immigrants are the threat. Women are the threat. And let's be real, there are women there are allegations against women in these documents too. I don't give a fuck who it was. I don't fucking care who it was. Do not give a shit. If you are part of these crimes against kids, throw your fucking ass in jail too. Don't give a fuck. Why were women's names redacted? Thomas Massie has an interesting theory that when they loaded their algorithm, anytime a woman's name was referenced, it was an automatic redaction. Don't fucking care. These are the worst possible crimes imaginable times 1,000. We understand, Greg. We understand. We understand that both parties. This isn't about parties, man. This isn't about parties. Okay, we are up here talking about no proof Trump did anything, Mr. Meow. So is there proof then that Bill Clinton did, Mr. Meow? Let's pull on your logic thread a little bit. Is there proof that Bill Clinton did? If there's proof that Bill Clinton did, and you want to make those claims, okay? The person who is in the files more than anyone, the person who had a direct friendship with J.E., the person who J.E. claimed was his best friend for 10 years, the person who's been lying about everything related to this, you believe that he's innocent. And that's the issue, okay? We know that he is a perpetual liar. All he has done to you is lie, all of us. We've chosen to say, that's fucking bullshit. We also know that he was directing the Department of Justice to redact his name. That would be manipulation. We know that from the reporting because a lot of the information that was already given, that with the unredacted files that were handed over to a member of Congress yesterday, were redacted when they got them, which means somebody gave them instructions to redact names. Now, who the fuck do you think that would be? Do you understand what this is not? This should not be political, okay? Fundamental difference between people on the right and people on the left. Fundamental difference. None of us, even some moderate Republicans are like, I'm fucking done. That's why MAGA is sinking. Because they're just like, I can't defend this shit anymore. They're either not going public and making any statements, or they're making statements. You get all kinds of people trying to say these things. Now, there are others that will try to defend it. There are others that will try to say, Andy Biggs, who's a piece of shit, making a nod to the president and say, oh, by the way, Mr. President, hey, Ghislaine Maxwell has said that if you grant her clemency, she'll clear your name. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Come on. You really think the only person that's innocent in this, everybody else is guilty, but the president? That's a weird flex, don't you think? I don't know, but we'll see. Because that's where you fall now. You're into this void where the person whose name is mentioned more than anyone, and you just believe that can't possibly be him. Here's the thing, MAGA. Your president thinks you're dumb. He really does. He doesn't think you will figure this out. He's just going to continue to lie to you because he's been telling you for 10 plus years that the only person you can believe is him. He just doesn't think you're very smart. He doesn't think you'll look at any evidence because he's told you not to. It's not just his anger. It's not just his quote unquote desire to call the news fake. He fucking loves the news because they give him attention. He just wants you to think that they're fake because when this story comes out and the evidence is overwhelming against you, again, allegations, you won't believe it. Kind of a weird spot to find yourself in, isn't it? Isn't that a weird spot to find yourself in? Do you not care? Okay. Well, let's revisit in anticipation again at 10 o'clock this morning. We're going to stream Pam Bondi's testimony. This will be must-see TV without question. But I just want to remind people of a couple of things. Now that we have more and more information that's come out from the files, we know that Pam Bondi has lied. We know that Kash Patel lied. We know that Todd Blanche has lied. We know that everybody involved in this has lied. Just a reminder as to what some of their lies are. You'll hear Pam Bondi first.
It's for President Trump.
To flag any records which included his name.
I'm not going to discuss anything about that with you, Senator.
It sounds like if you don't know the number, it could at least be 1,000 times.
It's not. It's not.
Is it at least 500 times?
No.
Is it at least 100 times?
No.
Then what's the number?
I don't know the number, but it's not that.
Do you think it might be your job to know the number?
Again, here you go.
To flag records for President Trump.
To flag any records which included his name.
I'm not going to discuss anything about that with you, Senator.
It sounds like if you don't know the number, it could at least be 1,000 times.
It's not. It's not.
Is it at least 500 times?
No.
Is it at least 100 times?
No.
Then what's the number?
I don't know the number, but it's not that.
Do you think it might be your job to know the number?
Okay. So again, the MAGAs that are in here, right? How do you explain that? When we know his name, again, Trump's Department of Justice, I'll talk slowly. Donald Trump is the president, okay? Pam Bondi was handpicked by the president to be the attorney general. The attorney general oversees the Justice Department. Kash Patel is the FBI director. The FBI, according to the Epstein Transparency Act, has to release everything in the files that they have on JE. The DOJ releases those files, and Donald Trump's name is referenced at least 38,000 times. And there's reporting for Jamie Raskin that's even further than that. Could it be as many as 1 million times with the millions of pages of documents we have? We know, I'll go back to this. We know, let's see if I can find it real quick, because I think this visual is great, and I need to get it closer to the. Let me see here. Hang on a second. Everybody keep tapping, please. Don't forget, we are marching towards our 25K do something goal. This information came out. It's reported by the New York Times and the Washington Post. When the Oversight Committee, again, this is for you, MAGA. When the Oversight Committee got information from the Epstein estate, each dot is an email thread released by the House Oversight Committee. Okay? Each dot that you see there, that's a lot of dots. Okay? When we look at a little further through good journalism and through research, when they investigated the findings that they had, they looked at this and they said, okay, this is how many times Bill Clinton's name is mentioned. 512 out of 2,324. Okay? You follow me, MAGA? Just want to make sure you guys are following along. I'm using bright colors and pictures and small words to make it easily digestible. This is the amount of time that Donald Trump was in the files. 1,670. So Kash Patel was just asked, how many times do you know of that Donald Trump's name is in the files? And Eric Swalwell was, well, it could be 1,000, it's not that many. Could be 500, it's not that many. Could be 100, it's not that many. Well, we know it's at least 1,670 times that his name is mentioned. Now, I'm not saying that his name being mentioned in here points to any particular crime. I'm just calling out Kash Patel's blatant fucking dishonesty.
To flag records for President Trump?
To flag any records which included his name.
I'm not going to discuss anything about that with you, Senator.
It sounds like if you don't know the number, it could at least be 1,000 times.
It's not. It's not.
Is it at least 500 times?
No.
Is it at least 100 times?
No.
Oh. Then what's the number?
I don't know the number, but it's not that.
Do you think it might be your job to know the number?
So anybody care to explain that? Anybody on the right care to explain that? That's just from what the DOJ was in possession of from the Epstein estate. Okay? That's just one portion of it. And again, you all knew this information. You had it all. So there you go. How would you like to explain that? So if you want to say Bill Clinton's name is all over the files, if you want to say that Bill Clinton is a goat fucker, to use my hypothetical, if you want to use that, and that Bill Clinton's name was found in the Goat Fucker Chronicles 512 times, and you want to say that Bill Clinton is guilty of these crimes against children, then you also have to say the person who's in the Goat Fucker Chronicles 3 times more than Bill Clinton, the goat fucker, would also then be guilty of crimes against children. That's what logic does. Now, I know that's going to be missed on many, many people, but that's kind of the point, right? So, additional reporting. Jamie Raskin, on the record. Jamie Raskin from Maryland told Axios in an interview Tuesday that when he searched President Trump's name in the unredacted files the previous day, it came up more than 1 million times. At least one of the files Raskin found appears to contradict what Trump has publicly claimed about his association with Jeffrey, according to the House Judiciary Committee. That document is a 2009 email exchange between Jeffrey and his associate Ghislaine, in which Epstein recounted his lawyer's account of a phone call with Trump, as Raskin previously told reporters. Again, that changes the entire time frame. Now we're in 2009. There's talk about a meeting with the Trump boys in 2012. A whole bunch of shit. Do you understand this? Listen, I've been accused of lots of shit. If you feel like I'm lying, then I would like you to provide evidence to contradict what I'm saying. I am only reporting on what we see. Thank you. I'm only reporting on what we see. This is what we're being told. This is what the source is. I'm doing my best. My chat is incredibly smart. So for the MAGA trolls that are in here, just pay attention to what the chat says. Okay? I am here to educate you because they get it. It's not a stretch to know that we're being lied to. Well, everybody in government lies. Okay, sure. But why is the president lying about the Epstein file? Well, he ain't because Clinton's in there. Well, we know Clinton's in there, but Trump's in there too. Yeah, but Clinton's in there more. No, that's not true either. We know just by this because you're yeah. Well, that don't matter because that's Ronald Trump, not Donald Trump. See, you fucking lib. Exactly. You're right, Bunny. Blame everyone else. Blame everybody else. The document is a 2009 email exchange between Epstein and his associate Ghislaine, in which Epstein recounted his lawyer's account of a phone call with Trump, as Raskin previously told reporters. Quote, Trump is paraphrased and quoted as saying, no, Jeffrey was not a member of Mar-a-Lago, but he was a guest at Mar-a-Lago, and no, we never asked him to leave, Raskin said in an interview at the Capitol. Caroline Leavitt then lied, said he kicked him out. The evidence that's in the files contradicts what he says. So if you want to say that the files are now fake, then why is Bill Clinton being brought in to testify? Why is Hillary Clinton being brought in to testify? Do you understand? No, it's a dumb question. I have zero clue. Okay, that's good to know, Carbon Mike. I appreciate you, Carbon Mike. What do I have no clue about, Carbon Mike? I'm just wondering. It's just a question, because if I have zero clue, I would like to know what clue I don't have. I'm only reporting on what we know. It is the Trump Justice Department that is lying to you at the direction of the person whose name is in the files more than anyone else. If that's not a bit suspicious, then I can't help you. I've got a story about Georgia, too. We're going to talk about that in just a minute. It's another example of Donald Trump weaponizing the Justice Department. Every accusation is a confession. Every one. Again, Trump is paraphrased and quoted saying, no, Jeffrey was not a member of Mar-a-Lago, but he was a guest at Mar-a-Lago, and no, we never asked him to leave. Once again, the timeline of contacting the Palm Beach Police Department and saying that he was never a member completely blows up the entire narrative about their relationship and when it ended. And maybe it didn't. He was never a member. No one to kick out. In fact, he was back there at the property after all this shit happened, according to information that is in the Jeffrey files. And we are day 54 because the DOJ is still breaking federal law, because there are still more than 3 million documents left to be released. Day 54, the Law and Order Party violating federal law. Weird, right? Trump has denied all wrongdoing in the Epstein matter, and he's maintained that he kicked Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago for poaching spa workers. The former Palm Beach chief of police testified to the FBI in 2019 that following Epstein's arrest in the early 2000s, Trump claimed he threw Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago. The Epstein files show. Trump, though, reportedly also told then police chief that everyone has known he's been doing this and that Maxwell is evil and to focus on her. I shared that a little while ago. Asked for a comment, the White House pointed to 3 posts on X from Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche. Oh, media literacy. I want people to think about this for a second, okay? This is for our chuds in the back. Todd Blanche, who was the former personal attorney for the president, Todd Blanche, deputy AG, right, went to interview Ghislaine Maxwell, in which her testimony, she did not take the fifth. She was then, after that testimony, the transcript's available, right? The transcript is available. After that testimony, she gets moved to a club fed. Two things wrong with that. One, why the fuck was she moved to a low to minimum security facility? And two, why does that go against Bureau of Prison policies that a convicted sex offender cannot go to a facility like that? And now we have Ghislaine Maxwell's lawyer saying, listen, if I get clemency, I will clear the president's name. Oh, and by the way, I'll clear Bill Clinton's name too. So think about that, MAGA. You've been convinced that Bill Clinton is the one who's guilty and Trump isn't. Ghislaine Maxwell is prepared to say that neither of them did anything wrong. Now, why do you think they would do that? They are doing that to confuse the shit out of you. They are doing that to try to say, well, we can't just come out and say that Trump did nothing wrong, so we're going to have to figure something out here. So you know what we'll do? We'll say that Clinton did nothing wrong either. And what will happen then? Do you want a convicted sex offender? Because all you do is talk about every single day that you protect children, that you care about the innocent, that you care about women. Do you want a convicted sex offender to receive clemency or a pardon? Do you? Is that what you're advocating for? It's weird, right? Back to the story. Asked for comment, the White House pointed to 3 posts on X from Deputy AG Todd Blanche pushing back on Rep. Massey's claim about the unredacted files. Blanche accused Massey of sensationalizing his findings, saying, for example, that while the name of Les Wexner was redacted, which is true, in a portion of the files naming him as an Epstein co-conspirator, he already appears in the files thousands of times. That's not the point, Mr. Blanche. That's not the point. The point is, names of any alleged perpetrators were never supposed to be redacted. So why was it? And that's what Thomas Massey called out, Mr. Blanche. DOJ is hiding nothing, he says. He said in his post, be honest and stop grandstanding. The DOJ is hiding nothing? Really? The DOJ is hiding nothing? The DOJ is hiding 3 million documents that we know of. The DOJ is not redacting the names of survivors. The DOJ is redacting the names of perpetrators. They're not hiding anything? And the White House refers to an X post as their truth? What? What? That's the source? I've used this analogy before. The wolf standing outside the chicken coop. Somebody says, everything okay? Wolf's like, yep, I got it. Everybody's good. The Justice Department has begun giving members of Congress access to the unredacted files. Hang on a second. Goodbye. I love you. Be safe, be kind, be gentle. Drive safely. Lots of snow out there. I'll see you later. Okay, I love you. Bye. We got another 8 inches last night. Don't do it. Anyway, I'm just asking, right? These are just questions that I'm asking now, and I'd love to be able to have these conversations with opposition, just to say, explain to me then why we see all these contradictions. Now, if you wanted to say the only information we had was, secondary source or hearsay, but these are direct, these are emails. Don't forget, I shared the other day about, an image sent to this. I'll show it right now. This is the kind of stuff that you need to explain as to why these things were redacted, right? We have this email, okay, from JE, right? Or I'm sorry, to JE. Who's the from? Who is this person? Why are their names redacted? With a JPEG, age 10, age 11, same thing. Why are these names redacted? This is a question for our Christian nationalists who claim to care about children. Why are their names redacted? And why are you not angrier than the woke leftists? Because this has been your entire game. You wanted to blow the lid off a global cabal of child sex traffickers. Well, here it is. And now what? Now what? Now you're just going to just blame everybody else? Seriously. What else do you need? I know you don't. This whole evidence thing, like, I don't know what you need. I mean, I don't mean to be flippant about this, but do you really need cameras in the room? Really? Do you need cameras? What do you need? You've been lied to. Don't you understand that every single day a contradiction comes out about the claims that the president himself is made? And now we've got this story that completely just blows the lid off the last little piece of confusion and contradiction about the time frame of their relationship and what the president knew or didn't know. And now you think that clears him? It makes it worse. Starting with the judiciary, committee members and lawmakers have access to the files on terminals at DOJ headquarters from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern time, Monday through Friday. Several lawmakers, including Rep. Massey, Reps Khanna, and Becca Ballant. By the way, Becca Ballant was great. She's like, there's a lot of sick fucks out there. You heard that testimony. I've got a little bit more statement from her too. Actually, I'm going to play that now because she's going to be part of the questioning today. This is, again, Becca Ballant. This is the lone representative from my state. I'm very proud of her. She's a great rep. Here you go.
I've tried to shoot a video now probably a dozen times trying to tell you about what I saw in the Epstein files. And honestly, it's just so depraved and it's sick and it's not a cabal. It's so much bigger than a cabal. It is a vast network of rich and powerful people believing they can do whatever they want to girls and women. And
hey, boys.
I just want to do right by the survivors. When I go before Pam Bondi tomorrow in judiciary, I want to do right by those survivors. And that's weighing on me because they've been so ill-treated for so long. And we have a responsibility to show up for them with everything we've got. With everything we've got.
What else is there to say? I mean, and again, the most frustrating part for me, and like I said, I don't carry hatred. You know, some people do. To me, it's just not, I don't like to feel hatred. It's just disgust. And that disgust manifests in me in, you know, losing my patience. Don't you want the truth? Would it be such a horrible thing if just a random person that you voted for was found to be part of this cover-up? Is that really so bad? What's better, defending a predator or saying, I can't anymore? Do you ask yourself that question? When you get out of bed in the morning and you clear your belly button lint and you pick your nuts and you walk over to the mirror and you stand there and you're looking back at yourself, could you ask this question? How would I rather be remembered? Someone who defended an obvious predator or someone who said, I can't anymore and I'm done? How would you rather be remembered? And this is the thing, right? And I've talked about this often. For 12 years now, for 12 years, you have been told the only person you can believe is the perpetual liar. You have been told that anybody who comes out against the president is a radical scum, fake news, domestic terrorists. They are a threat. We need to suppress the media. We need to pull licenses. They say things bad about me. Comedians who say things that I don't like. Singers who say things that I don't like. They're all the threat. And every single one of you bought it. Every one of you. You're trying to justify his racism. In this live yesterday where I kind of lost my patience, the person was saying he can't be racist. He donated money to the HBCUs. He can't be racist. He appointed Alice Johnson as his pardon czar. Alice Johnson, by the way, black woman, who was a well-known drug trafficker in our country. And she's now the pardon czar, determining what other drug traffickers might get or not get for a commutation. And you use those examples. You say, well, what about this and what about that? For every one thing that you claim the president has done in support of black people, we can give you 20 that speak otherwise. Can't you just see it? Can't you just literally look in the fucking mirror and say, yeah, what the president did was racist? And why couldn't you demand a fucking apology? And then we get the what about Biden argument. And remember the statement about that Joe Biden made that got twisted in the media, but it's a bad look. If you're not, if you don't vote for me, you're not black. He went back on Charlamagne the God show and apologized for it and said that was not what I intended, but it was wrong. I shouldn't have said it. And Joe Biden is an 80-year-old white man in America with definitely little streams of racism in his body. No doubt about it. In fact, every white person in America has got a little bit of racism scattered in them. The whole point is deconstructing from it, accepting it, and trying to do fucking better. Couldn't you at a minimum just demand the president apologize? And he said he did nothing wrong. And I know you guys don't like it when we say you guys always make everything about race. Well, you know what? I wish I didn't have to. I wish I didn't have to. Characters from The Lion King, by the way, no apes in The Lion King. Hang on a second. Quick story. So I share a driveway with my neighbor. And there's always a question to get out there first in the morning so that I can clear a spot behind the cars, because when he comes in with a plow, he'll put the pile of snow right behind the car. So I'm out there at 4:30 shoveling a path for my daughter to get out in the morning. And sure enough, I did beat the plow. So I had to dig through the shit. I'm so fucking done with shoveling. I'm just fucking done. Anyway, I digress. The whole point of this, right? The whole point is we're not asking you to completely change your beliefs. You might have this belief in your head about economics are better, tariffs are great, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. This is not about politics. You've made it about politics. This is about fucking humanity. Okay? This is about humanity. The people that are the most innocent among us, prepubescent girls, infants in some cases, are being disposed of, are being abused, are being tortured by this network of people of which Donald Trump's name is mentioned more than anyone. And for some reason, you think he's the only one that is innocent. And even in his own statements, he's come out and contradicted the things that he's told you. And you still believe it? Again, look in the mirror and ask yourself how you want to be remembered. If you have children, if you walk by your daughter's bedroom and she's sleeping soundly with her favorite teddy bear, and she's 10 years old, okay? And she's 10. She's 10 or she's 11 or she's even younger than that. And then think about this. Think about this, okay? Think about this. Think about this. This guy who referred to Donald Trump as his best friend for years. You're walking by your daughter's bedroom and you look in, she's sleeping soundly. She's got her favorite teddy bear. She's curled up. You might have even tucked her in. You might have even read her a book. Big Red Barn. You walk by and then you realize that the person that you support, the person that you bought his merch, you defend him every fucking day. You call him the greatest gift. You say he's God's champion, that he's a hero for America. He's bringing our gas prices down. That guy is in this network more than anyone else. And they are sharing pictures of 10-year-old children, likely girls. There's the story about the Snow White costume. We played the story for you guys yesterday about a girl that was lying naked in a field, magnifying glasses burning her skin. That guy That guy who was one of J.E.'s best friends for over a decade. And then when your daughter wakes up and she comes out and you make her oatmeal, look her in the eyes again and say, hey, honey, just so you know, I support a guy who is likely involved in the largest global sex trafficking ring, abuse of girls, abuse of women, abuse of boys for decades. I just wanted you to know that. This is an appeal to emotion, quite frankly. I don't know what else to say. The evidence doesn't matter. The facts don't matter. The statements don't matter. The witness testimony don't matter. We know we have evidence that some of the files, at the request of Donald Trump, again through this reporting based on timeline, survivors' statements were redacted. And you're still sitting here defending him. Why? You don't have to do it. You don't have to do it. You are making a choice to do it. You're making that choice. It's like the sound I played for you earlier. Hang on one second. Let me just hang on one second. I always ask my kid to let me know how the roads are, and she's good. Speaking of my kid, you know, and I just go back and forth on this, just the humanity element of this, right? You know, like, and this is what Trump supporters don't understand. We talk about this because we are fighting for your kids too, because we don't want your children or any child anywhere to be victims of this. You don't ever talk about the incidents. You only talk about the fact that you don't think Trump's in there. How about addressing this? How come those of you that are in your lives, when you have you're the host and you have 8 people on your panel, then there's only 4 other people in there until RJ or myself or Emma or others or Erica show up, and then you get 500 people in there. We go there because the people that are in your circles are in complete fucking denial. And Ash as well, thank you. Why don't you bring up these? Why don't you put these on your backgrounds? Why don't you talk about this? Ask the people on your panel. Ask the people on your panel to explain it. Why are these names redacted? Why is there an email dated to or sent to JE? We know who that is, with a JPEG image of a 10-year-old girl. Why? Why is it such a fucking stretch for you to do that? Ask questions like we do. Investigate. Want to understand that no matter who the fuck it is, we want them all held accountable. I read the names that became available yesterday that included Les Wexner, that included Donald Trump, that included Bill Gates and others. Knowledge of his sexual proclivities for young girls and his financial crimes. What more do you need? Every person that you want to accuse, guess what? Donald Trump's name is connected to the exact same information regarding them, only 10 times more. Why is it that governments around the world are removing power, are kicking people out of office? Heads of law firms are resigning. But no, not here in our country, because 77 million people in America thought 20 cents savings in gas was more important than going after criminals who are committing the worst crimes imaginable. Cheering for a new ballroom. Cheering for the new arch that he wants to build in DC. Cheering on the gold cards. Yay, tariffs. This is a plea to humanity because life is going to continue. You're not going to get picked. Trump is not going to choose you. You're not going to go to the ballroom. You're not going to get a flight on Air Force One. You're not going to be invited to Mar-a-Lago. You're not going to be invited to an event at Trump Towers. He used you. He lied to you. He used you. You bought his merch. You've ignored his crimes. You've ignored his corruption. For what? For 20 cents? To save 20 cents in gas? And then somebody will say, well, it's 45 cents where I live. For 20 cents. And you're going to sit there and you're going to just deny the fact. Again, the person who is in the files more than anyone is the person who told you he's done nothing wrong. What are we supposed to do with that? What we're going to do is we are going to believe women. What we're going to do is we're going to believe survivors. What we're going to do is call out everyone. I don't give a fuck who's in the files. I want every person investigated. I want them doxxed. I want their lives fucking ruined. I want their financial futures ruined. I want them to face fucking justice because that's what you're supposed to do.
Another thing that I know with absolute certainty. If you took any man alive, any grown-ass man in his 50s, I don't care how old he is, you put him on an island with a beautiful 14-year-old girl and nobody's looking, he knows that nobody's looking.
That's you. That's you. Those are the people who vote with you. Would you walk up to your 14-year-old daughter and see one of her friends? One of her friends comes in from the pool and she's in her bathing suit. Do you give her the once over and imagine what that would be like? Because if you even thought that you would consider it, that I would call you a sick fuck right to your face. And you think that the trans community is grooming kids? You think that books are grooming kids? You think that drag shows are grooming kids? Don't forget. Famous event in Trump Tower years ago. A 10-year-old girl going up the escalator, and Trump says, I'll be dating her in 10 years. And the right wants to spin that, says, well, she'll be 20 at that point. What's the big deal? Do I even need to explain to you what the big deal is? Do I even need to take 10 seconds to explain to you what the big deal is? You are this guy who just said, you can't... I'm a 50-year-old man. If I was alone on first of all, I don't know why I would be alone on an island with a 14-year-old girl, but if I was, nope. And I know plenty that wouldn't. But you know what? It's all men until it's no men. And you know why? Because the fucking patriarchy protects fucking predators. Period. Full fucking stop. Do you want to be part of the change in the system, or do you want to be just lumped in? Do you want to be included in the batch of people who are doing these crimes against children, or do you want to speak out against it? Are you going to just brush off locker room talk? One of the asks that I have of men, okay, this might make you feel uncomfortable, but I don't give a fuck. You see something, you fucking say something. You see somebody doing something completely despicable, it doesn't even have to be despicable, just questionable, then you fucking call it out. And that if that means you might take knuckles to the face, then so fucking be it. Because this shit and people like that sound you just heard, here it is again.
Another thing that I know with absolute certainty.
This is you, MAGA.
If you took any man alive, any grown-ass man in his 50s, I don't care how old he is, you put him on an island with a beautiful 14-year-old girl and nobody's looking, he knows.
Is that you? He's got his Trump hat on. He's in a picture with Donald Trump. Is that you? Is that you? Is that who you are? Are you that guy? And yet here you are again. No matter what the evidence is, you will, again, evidence. You don't believe survivor statements as evidence. You didn't believe E. Jean Carroll's testimony as evidence. You didn't believe bank records as evidence. You don't believe witness testimony, court decisions, judges' directions, transcripts. You don't believe any of that as evidence. The only thing you believe is what the liar-in-chief has told you. That's it. Do you understand why it is that we are just disgusted by your behavior? Do you get that? Do you understand why it's not that much of a stretch just to say, you know what? This is bad. Why do you go through such hoops to defend it? Do you think the president is sitting behind the Resolute desk? Say, for example, you got charged or there was an allegation against you. Just allegations. Do you think the president will be defending you? The answer is no. Absolutely not. He would not be defending you. In fact, he would use you. He would use you. He would scapegoat you. He would blame you. He would do everything possible, anything possible to make somebody else look guilty and not himself. Good morning, my friend.
Good morning. I don't have long. I just wanted to say thank you for speaking out on this. And I just want to remind people that the line, there is no line for them. The line is when we talk about children and then women and consent, there is no line for them. The line is legality and if they can get away with it, which is sad and disgusting. And I see this highlighted every day on my live when I talk about referring to women as SLUTs. And the corner and the line that we always get to is, when is it okay then to look at a woman and make that call? And I'll ask, at 18? Oh, well, how about 16? And they always get into a precarious situation when you talk about that. And the point is that if they're willing to dehumanize anybody, they're willing to dehumanize anybody. And they will go to children. They'll go to children. Under whatever guise of protection, under whatever they want to say, just pay attention. It makes, I don't even know what to say or what I'm even trying to say.
I do.
But they will. We test these boundaries. Not that there should be boundaries. I mean, not that there should be, when we're talking about like consent and like thought processes even, right? Like there is no line for them. The line for them is legality or power. And I've heard it. We see it all over referring to young women as SLUTs or 304s, they'll do it to children. So they'll do it to children.
She shouldn't have dressed like that.
Right.
She shouldn't have been there. Why did she go to this particular place? Did you egg him on? How about this, men? How about just stop fucking raping women? How about we just stop doing that? How about stop being a fucking predator? How about stop fantasizing children? How about just being a fucking decent fucking person? Is that a bridge too far to just stop raping women? Maybe? Is that really a bridge too far? Wouldn't that just solve a lot of the problems? And then even better, how about you just fucking believe them once in a fucking while?
They don't want to lose power. They don't want to lose power. There's power. Here's the thing. There's power in also furthering and saying we don't believe women. In order to maintain that power dynamic, if you get called out for dehumanizing them, if you get called out for calling them SLUTs, 304s, what's the next way that you can then just dehumanize them? By not believing them. By just not believing them.
Correct.
And so we can push the lines, we can ask the questions, but that really is a big part of it. If we can't, and we're seeing this with everything right now, is that there are facts out there. Like you're a fact right there in front of me right now, today, a fact. And you matter.
Thanks.
And you still matter. That they, shit, now I lost my train of thought. It's the facts. they will see them and they will defend them at this point. And that's, I don't know how to get past that. I don't know what to do at this point when we have tried empathy, we've tried reasoning, we've tried coming across the aisle, and we have put facts and facts and facts upon facts in front of people. And I don't know. I don't know. I think I'm so fearful for how we're going to come back from this. Even if we maintain control again, we have fucked our ability to have empathy and critical thinking and literacy. No matter what we do now, trans people and women will be harmed going into the bathroom for decades and decades to come. There's no way to erase the harm that has been done to trans women, and through the harm that's been done to trans women, cis women who also don't fit into that quote unquote mold of what it looks like, what you're supposed to look like walking into the bathroom, they will be also
short
harmed
hair,
forever.
short hair, muscular.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's no way people, generations are going to have to die. This is what's so sad. I'm sorry. I'm just like rambling, but it's the same thing. Like, quote unquote, we got rid of slavery. Like, no, we didn't, right? Racism didn't end. But the only way things even started to get better was by people dying off, because we ruined our ability to look at certain people as humans. And we've done that now. I don't know how we're going to come back and how we're going to rebuild empathy and crossing the line. I'm scared to death. And I just want to say thank you this is what we're all doing. We're all doing this. We're all trying to keep each other in a community where at least we know, we're not crazy. But yeah, I don't know. We've got to keep doing it because I'm scared for the future, even after this is over. Because I do think we are in the last stretch. I do. I have to hold on. That I think they're drowning. But we have a lot of work to do after this because we have ruined everything.
I agree. Thanks for jumping in. Find some spot for your mental health today. Okay.
All right. Take care. Yep. Bye.
Talk to you soon. All right. Bye. Really no notes. I mean, it's just like there's a line, right? And, well, I'm going to say this. There's always been a line. The question is the willingness for people in the cult to continue to move it. So this is a call, and I said this yesterday, right? This is a call to empaths. It's on us. And white women, it's on you. And men, stop raping women. I don't mean to say it's that simple, but it's that simple. The trans community is always under threat, but in particular now, right? Women have always been under threat. Marginalized communities have always been under threat. And the statement that Thomas Massey and others have come out with saying, this is going to bring the entire system down if all this information goes public. Let it fucking burn. As a privileged white man in America, I will be fine. But every other marginalized community that's already under threat every fucking day will suffer the most. For 20 cents in gas? For the price of eggs to drop? So you can feel good sitting in your safe space with everybody else? Coming up at 10 o'clock, we're going to stream Pam Bondi's press conference because she's at the front of this, right? She is smack dab in the middle of the lies. And it's not just about, how do I say this? It's not just about the fact that, yes, people in government lie. It's to the extent that they go and what they're lying to cover up. Everybody in Trump's circle have seen this information. They know what's in there. Imagine how bad it has to be. The documents that are still being hidden and redacted 3 million or more that they've yet to release in violation of the federal law. Imagine how bad that must be when we get information naming names and allegations of fucking torture, experimentation on children, finding out that Jeffrey's investments in the scientific community, including eugenics and gene manipulation, and wanting to spread his seed, the Zorro Ranch in New Mexico being a fucking factory. That guy, Trump's best friend for 10 years, lies about when their relationship ended, lies about why their relationship ended, lies about the fact that he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago when he was never a member. That is the guy in the center of this thing that you guys defend every fucking day. You'll defend his racism. You'll defend his bigotry. You'll defend his ignorance. You'll defend his corruption. You'll defend his crimes. You'll defend his mental incapacity. You'll defend everything. It doesn't matter what he does. You will defend it. And I understand that when you're in a cult, as soon as you start to realize that maybe one thing is out of whack, then the entire world comes crumbling down around you. I get it. I understand. I don't fucking care. I don't. The right for years has been talking about the left being about identity politics. MAGA is the epitome of identity politics. People in the cult feel like they're part of something. This is the psyop that we talk about often. AD, if you're in there. This is the psyop we talk about, right? The manipulation of people who are not bright enough to realize that they are being manipulated. And I just watch the comments scroll by. You're proving our point, right? You're proving our point exactly while I'm talking about it. It is somebody just said it. I was just thinking that. It's a malignant cancer in our system where 77 million people voted for someone who doesn't give a fuck about any of them. He's enriched himself to the tune of $4 billion between himself and his family. He didn't divest. His tax returns tell us that. Corruption beyond corruption beyond corruption. And under normal conditions, that would be enough. High crimes and misdemeanors, but not in MAGA space. Not in MAGA space. Just as a reminder, friends, I know it's hard to kind of, for me to separate myself from what we do here daily, calling truth to power, because that's what we'll do. When I go out on the road for the Do Something Tour coming up in April, by the way, you can follow us on Instagram at Do Something Tour. Please consider joining our Discord because you get more information there as well. The conversation is to remind people about what's happening in our system and identify the people that you feel like better represent you. If I go out on the road and I get 10,000 new registered voters and they all decide they want to vote Republican, I'll take my chances. I want people to be involved. This is a we the people moment, right? This is about the things that should matter to all of us. So if you want to support the cause, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Everything is at Factsstillmatter. Every dollar we raise goes towards this at this point. So thank you in advance. You're probably going to see me around in other lives. There's a possibility of a couple of interviews that I might be doing coming up in the near future. So there's a few things that you might see my face a little bit more. But anyway, we have reached a point in our lives in the day-to-day where it's not even a politics discussion anymore. It's not. This is about humanity. And Ash said it very well, right? It's about the fact that we have this world of empaths and we're fighting every fucking day. Thank you, Jess. Every fucking day, we're fighting for people. That disgusting pig who said, hey, you know, if I was a 50-year-old guy and I was on an island alone with a girl, you know what, bro? I want you to have health care. I want to make sure that there's a social safety net there for you in case things go bad. I want you and your family to be able to have affordable access to housing. I want a tax code that better benefits you. Yes, you do, Nana. Deep down inside, you do. That's the point. That's the point. Okay. Shifting gears a little bit, because as we know, that's the news of our day. We're not gonna stop talking about this until there's justice for survivors. I'm not counting on a lot, to be honest. So one of the reasons, think about why the Republicans are trying to cheat so much. Think about why they are so afraid of the midterms. Think about the lies they're telling around Georgia. So I've got some story for you that I think tells you the entire. Here's the whole ball game. Let's see, is this it? So remember when the Justice Department paid a visit to the Georgia election office, right? And there was reporting like, so why did they do that? What are they looking for? Why was Tulsi Gabbard there? Do you all know how this whole thing started? I'll tell you. A newly unsealed affidavit showed that a criminal investigation into the 2020 election fraud in Fulton County, Georgia, relied heavily on claims about ballots that had been widely debunked. Shocker. Georgia ballot inquiry originated with election denier in Trump White House. I shit you fucking not. This story, right, tells you exactly, again, accusations are always confessions, about how the Trump administration and Donald Trump for years said the Department of Justice was weaponized against him. This is somebody that Donald Trump put in his inner circle and said, I'm going to believe the lies about election interference and fraud, and I'm going to direct the DOJ to investigate, because that's exactly what fucking happened. An FBI search warrant, this is from the New York Times, an FBI search warrant affidavit unsealed on Tuesday shows that a criminal investigation into the 2020 election results in Fulton County was set off by a leading election denier in the Trump administration and relied heavily on claims about ballots that have been widely debunked. I shit you not. This is where we're at. The unsealing of the affidavit in Fulton County is likely to raise more questions about the Trump admin's use of the FBI and Justice Department to revive old, largely disproved claims about the 2020 election in the state, which President Trump narrowly lost. Quote, the FBI criminal investigation originated from a referral sent by Kurt Olson, presidentially appointed director of election security and integrity, the affidavit said. Mr. Olson played a central role in Mr. Trump's attempt to overturn the 2020 election, including speaking to the president multiple times on guess which day? January 6, 2021. He has continued to push false claims about elections and was recently appointed to a key role in the Trump administration. The affidavit for the search in Georgia, where FBI agents seized ballots and other materials from an election center late last month, draws a clearer connection between the White House and the movement of Trump-supporting election activists who contend that he did not lose the 2020 presidential contest. Brad Raffensperger, the Republican Secretary of State in Georgia and a candidate for governor, criticized the investigation. Quote, instead of wasting time and taxpayer dollars trying to change the past with baseless and repackaged claims, let's focus on our efforts on building a safer, more affordable future for all hardworking Georgians. A representative for the Justice Department did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Many of the claims in the affidavit refer to long-held and consistently debunked conspiracy theories about elections in Georgia, including arguments about fraudulent and duplicate absentee ballots, election machine tabulator tapes, and missing ballot images. The claims often focus on small administrative errors or easily explainable abnormalities as evidence of fraud. Quote, the affidavit is a total rehash of rejected and debunked claims from 5 years ago, said David Becker, the executive director of the Center for Election Innovation and Research, a nonpartisan group that advises election officials, who wrote in a text message. He added that there was not a single allegation of a foreign nexus or foreign interference, nodding to the fact that Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence, was present for the search in Fulton County. Her appearance there had raised questions given that her agency's role in elections extends only to foreign interference. But the New York Times reported this week that Mr. Trump had told her to investigate the 2020 vote. You go do that. You get it done. Then Trump denied that and said that Pam Bondi sent her. Pam Bondi said, I didn't send her. You see what I mean? MAGA, you see what I mean? So the entire thing, the entire, breaking news in Georgia was because Donald Trump put a guy in his orbit that was a known election denier, just like Tina Peters out in Colorado, that Trump wanted to free Tina Peters. This guy, a known election denier, no fucking evidence of voter fraud significant enough to overturn the election. The case is closed. You rehash it. And like I said, the president will do anything in his power, even outside of his power, to try to make sure the elections don't happen this fall. Because if it does, then every single one of his fucking monsters are going to be dragged in front of committees. Because subpoena power does not rest with the minority. It only rests with the majority. Minority party cannot subpoena. They need approval from the chairperson. When Democrats take the House and the Senate, I'm going to make that prediction, and the Senate, let's fucking go. And I want, this is my issues with Hakeem Jeffries. If he went out tomorrow and said, when we win the majority, we will investigate everyone. We will drag them in here. And if they do not testify, we will hold them in contempt and we will submit their contempt charges to the DOJ for prosecution. Why the fuck can he not just say that? Why not? Why the fuck can he not just say that? Instead, what we have is an election-denying Trump operative going back on debunked claims for 6 fucking years now, telling the president, hey, by the way, I'm an election denier and we should go look at Georgia. The president's like, okay, let's go look at Georgia. But no, that's not weaponization, right? Of course not. Which brings us to Bitch Boy. First, let me close the loop on something related to Epstein before we get to, again, Pam Bondi's testimony. Mods, should we do C-SPAN? Should we do YouTube? You guys let me know where you want me to stream that. So we'll be airing Pam Bondi's testimony. I do have to end at noon today, but please hang with us until then, and then we'll figure out who's going to be streaming the continuation of the testimony, and then we'll point you in that direction. Again, we went through the exercise with Howard Nutlick yesterday, right? And how Howard Nutlick lied. He perjured himself, okay? And then simple question, right? Do you want people in your party, in your cabinet, that just continue to fucking lie? So Caroline Leavitt from New Hampshire was asked that question.
Caroline, Secretary Lutnick today was testifying on the Hill. He said that he had visited Epstein's Island in 2012 with his wife and children, and that's after he said that he had cut ties with Epstein. And Justice Department documents show that he was in contact with Epstein through 2018 over messages. So does the White House stand behind Secretary Lutnick right now, or given what he has said today, has there been any shift in how the White House is viewing Secretary Lutnick's performance?
No, Secretary Lutnick remains a very important member of President Trump's team, and the president fully supports the secretary. I will just point out that there are a lot of wins in the news this week that people in this room have not asked about.
Right.
Continue to ask questions about the same subject, so let me point them out for you.
Deflect. Yeah, he brought his kids and his nanny after that infamous, 6 steps away. We were neighbors. I saw a massage table, and Jeffrey said, the right kind of massage. And then my wife said, he's a disgusting creep, and I'm never going to be in the room with him again. And then just a few years later, you take your kids and you go have lunch with them at the island. And Caroline says, Secretary Lutnick remains a very important member of President Trump's team. Okay. Got it. So I want to play some sound from Bitch Boy. It's been a while since I've been able to focus on Bitch Boy. For those of you who are new, my Bitch Boy is Speaker Johnson, Mike Johnson from Louisiana, who, by the way, represents one of the poorest districts in our country, and who, by the way, his district has some of the highest participation rates in the ACA. And by the way, his district also has some of the largest recipients of welfare services in our country. And by the way, his district also has one of the highest participation rates in SNAP programs in the country. You fucking pathetic fucking pig, Mike Johnson, bitch boy, right? You're going to lose your speakership, Mike. Your days are fucking numbered. You should be investigated too, you pathetic fuck, bitch boy. Bitch Boy had a big statement yesterday about a vote to keep Congress with the powers they have, you pathetic, dickless fuck. Basically relinquishing the powers of Congress to the executive branch because you're too much of a fucking coward. Yeah, I know, I got the restriction for harassment. Okay. So Mr. Johnson, the Speaker of the House, didn't necessarily have the best day yesterday. He was, there was some concern about a vote that was coming. And Congress, as you know, in our system of government, Congress has the power to tax. Congress has the power to tariff. Congress has the ability to provide oversight over the executive branch. So this is what Mr. Johnson, a.k.a. Bitch Boy, had to say about said pending vote. And then we'll get to the results.
There is a part of it that would block anti-tariff votes in the future. What's the reasoning behind that? And do you think that House Republicans will be behind that?
I think they will. We talked about it, frankly, in our conference this morning, and the rationale for this, for just extending this for a little bit longer to July, is to allow the Supreme Court to rule on the pending case that everybody's watching and waiting for. That process has been playing out. I think it's logical to allow that to continue. The president's trade policies have been a great benefit to the country. It's indisputed what it's done. I went through some of the statistics and how that's helped the economy. And I think the sentiment is that we allow a little bit more runway for this to be worked out between the executive branch and the judicial branch, and we'll see. So I expect the rule to pass, and I think we can move it forward.
Really? You expect the rule to pass? Well, that's interesting because the House defeated a rule that would have blocked lawmakers' ability to bring up resolutions challenging Trump's tariffs. The vote was 214 to 217. Thomas Massie, Kevin Kiley, and Don Bacon all voted no. So, Mike, fuck you. You lost. That's not going anywhere now. Because Republicans and every Democrat, 3 Republicans and every Democrat said, you know what? We probably should follow our system of government and check and balance the executive branch. You lost. You lost. And then that moves us to the SAVE Act, because that is bubbling up. Well, they call it the Save America Act, right? And they did it because they believe that there's widespread fraud in elections. Well, I did a little bit of homework for y'all. Shocker. Let's see. The bottom line is this. A study of nearly 25 million votes in 2016, in 2020, and in 2024 found around, on average, 30 suspected non-citizens' votes, roughly 0.0001%. This reported by Reuters. In North Carolina, in 2016, 41 possible non-citizen votes out of 5 million ballots. In Kansas, 3 non-citizens convicted out of 1.8 million voters. In Iowa, 35 non-citizen ballots out of 1.6 million cast. Louisiana, your own state, Mike, 79 suspected non-citizen votes totaled since the 80s. Again, this is another fear-mongering play, just like their assault on the trans community. What's the number? There are more people in Donald Trump's cabinet linked to the Epstein files than there are trans athletes in sports. That's a fact. This is just an attempt to dehumanize people. And they keep saying, oh, well, it's no big deal. All we want to do is make sure we're securing our elections. Well, the problem with that is this. Well, first of all, let me close the loop on this. Why do we not, think about this. Why do we not have lots of examples of federal election fraud? Because if you are a non-citizen and you attempt to vote in a federal election, you could face fines, prison time, deportation, and loss of future citizenship opportunities. Paper trails and verification systems require registration databases, ID checks, cross-agency data, and one vote rarely affects an outcome, but penalties are severe. Extremely rare. Doesn't mean zero. Of course not. Of course not. Doesn't mean zero. But there is no evidence of this widespread fraud that would lead to a change in election results. You guys don't need me to tell you that. But let's talk about the details of the Save America Act. And by the way, John Thune has already come out and said, listen, there's no appetite. We're not going to get rid of the filibuster. We're not going to change this. It's not going to fucking happen. So it's dead on arrival again. Okay? It would amend the National Voter Registration Act of 1993. It would require documentary proof of U.S. citizenships to register to vote in federal elections. Examples of acceptable documents typically discussed: U.S. passport, which a lot of people don't have. You can't force someone to get a passport. That would be a poll tax, which is against the law. Birth certificate, we know the issues there, right? Person's married name, especially for women, but members of the trans community, your driver's license name, your current name may not match your birth certificate, and people may not even have access to their birth certificate, depending on where they were born, especially people born in the South, okay? And then other official proofs of citizenship. Some versions of or related proposals include a photo ID requirement to vote in federal elections, requirements for states to maintain voter rolls, and remove non-citizens. What it would change: voters usually attest to citizenship under penalty of perjury when registering. Many states will allow online, mail, or motor voter registration. Under the SAVE Act, voters would have to provide documentary proof of citizenship. In some versions, this would need to be done in person. A driver's license alone often wouldn't be enough since it doesn't prove citizenships. Supporters argue that it ensures only U.S. citizens vote, which is already the fucking law in federal elections, increases election security and public confidence, and then reflects broad public support for voter ID type requirements. Critics argue that it could disenfranchise millions. As many as 21 million people could potentially be affected who lack documents. Would disproportionately affect, wait for it, women with name changes. I've told you this, Queens. They are afraid of you. They are deathly afraid of you. They do not want you to vote. They do not want you to participate in democracy. They do not want you to be part of the system. They want you barefoot, pregnant, and in the kitchen. That's what they want. So you know what? Give them something to be afraid of and overwhelm the fucking polls. White women, this is a call to you in particular, because you, along with white men, are still voting conservative. You are voting for people that don't want you to participate. You are voting for people who don't give a fuck about your voice. You are voting for people who are protecting predators. Okay? Okay. Again, women with name changes, seniors, rural voters, low-income or naturalized citizens, members of the trans community, etc. Think about the people that they are harming the most. Women, seniors, rural voters, low-income or naturalized citizens, and members of the LGBTQI community. Their policies are directly harming those communities, and those communities would be the ones that would be the most impacted by a law like the SAVE Act. Do you understand? Do you get it? Do you understand what they're doing? Okay, Sticks. Real IDs doesn't count though, bro. Pay attention. Read the fucking law. Versions of the SAVE Act have passed the House in recent sessions. I think it's passed like 2 or 3 times. It faces strong opposition in the Senate where a filibuster could block it. Debate remains high. The Save America Act, which is the new version, is a proposed federal law that would require documentary proof of U.S. citizenship to register, and in some versions, ID to vote in federal elections. A change supporters say would secure elections, and critics say would suppress eligible voters. Again, 25 million people. A study of 25 million voters found about 30 suspected non-citizens voted. 0.0001%. Don't be fooled. It's not about non-citizens. It's about limiting the pool of people who typically once again, give me the fucking matriarchy. Voting is a right. It is a constitutionally protected right. If you want to use voter ID, then use your fucking phone. We can pay our taxes. We can pay our mortgage. We can do everything. Some of the most secured information, our tax returns has everything. Our address, our social security numbers, our children's social security numbers, everything. And we can use electronic means to file those, but we can't with voting? No voter fraud. Again, 0.0001%. 4 zeros, 3 zeros. That's like the difference in a luge race. Oh, and by the way, just a bit of a digression. So we got more snow last night, but pitchers and catchers reported to spring training yesterday, which means there's hope for all of us in the Northeast. And watch the Olympics, because I think it's cool as shit. Research across states consistently find illegal voting to be a vanishingly rare or almost non-existent. Almost non-existent. And we are using taxpayer dollars to try to pass a law for a non-issue? And John Thune's already said, listen, we're not going to get rid of the filibuster for this. There's not enough people. There's not enough Republicans and Democrats to support overturning the filibuster for something like this. Give me a fucking break. So we've got all these things happening, right? We've got the economy struggling, losing fucking jobs, inflation's up, tariffs are fucking crippling, manufacturing jobs being lost, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We've got Democrats defending the rights of people. We've got Republicans saying we want to diminish people. We want to target people. So it's good to know. It's really good to know that this administration has its priorities in order. So you're going to hear now from, who is this guy? I'll tell you in a second. Again, Republicans are so concerned about the things that matter to American people that they want to spend taxpayer dollars on this.
Performance of the Super Bowl halftime. We are still investigating this. There's a lot of information that has come out about the lyrics. I saw the halftime show and was switching back and forth with the TPUSA halftime show. The lyrics, from what we have seen from Bad Bunny, are very disturbing. And if it holds true that I don't speak fluent Spanish, okay? I know how to ask where the bathroom is, but these lyrics, if it is true what was said on national television, we have a lot of questions for the entities that broadcast this, and we'll be talking with Brendan Carr from the SEC about this. But this could be much worse than the Janet Jackson wardrobe malfunction. Let's put it that way.
But at least that was a malfunction. I mean, this was apparently intentional.
This was intentional,
yeah,
yes.
And they could not have said this were it in English. So just the fact that we're at a place in our country where we had a fully not understandable halftime show to English-speaking people, which is the language of this country, by the way, that it is...
no, it's not, by the way.
That grotesque is just really disturbing.
And here's the ironic part, Dr. Gina.
Yeah.
The NFL purposely wanted a Hispanic star, basically, to perform at halftime because they're trying to attract more of a Latin America audience.
Okay.
And this is what they delivered.
Yeah, trying to pull them away from the football that we call soccer, right?
Yeah.
I don't think this was
Again, this is on Real America Voice, that network. I'm serious. They want to dedicate a segment on their show to this. I'll say it again. White conservative men, cis white conservative Christian men in America are the weakest, petty ass little bitches I have ever seen. You guys are up in your shit over this. You're so fucking triggered that Bad Bunny, who's a fine looking man, has a global appeal, the #1 artist in the fucking world, speaking Spanish, unity, all the things that you used to claim you cared about. You know, straight couples getting married, small businesses. I got another restriction. Need you guys to tap, please. Yes, they're snowflakes. Yes. But Kid Rock's lyrics are totally fine. Some say it's statutory. I call it mandatory. Ted Nugent's lyrics are fine. Jailbait. Here's that sound again.
Bad Bunny, bad performance of the Super Bowl halftime. We are still investigating this. There's a lot of information that has come out about the lyrics. I saw the halftime show and was switching back and forth with the TPUSA halftime show. The lyrics, from what we have seen from Bad Bunny, are very disturbing. And if it holds true that I don't speak fluent Spanish, okay? I know how to ask where the bathroom is, but
really, you don't speak Spanish? Okay.
These lyrics,
Shocker.
if it is true, what was said on national television, we have a lot of questions for the entities that broadcast this, and we'll be talking with Brendan Carr from the SEC about this. But this could be much worse than the Janet Jackson wardrobe malfunction. Let's put it that way.
But at least that was a malfunction. I mean, this was apparently intentional.
This was intentional,
yeah,
yes.
and they could not have said this were it in English. So just the fact that we're at a place in our country where we had a fully not understandable halftime show to English-speaking people, which is the language of this country, by the way, and that it is that grotesque is just really disturbing.
And here's the ironic part, Dr. Gina.
Yeah.
I mean, think about this, guys. I mean, don't. So fucking embarrassing. So embarrassing. All right, the last little bit of sound here. Let me just pull up this. 1 second. I just want to make sure I've got this and make sure it hasn't started yet. We're going to stream we're going to stream the testimony, Justice Department oversight. Pam Bondi will be speaking in front of the House Judiciary coming up at 10 o'clock. We'll cover that in just a minute. I just want to play a little bit of extra sound from the president here. Actually, let me do this first. Maybe this will help, and I'll take a little break.
TikTok. It is our intention during these live broadcasts to only provide fact-based information to the absolute best of our ability. We strive to never spread misinformation or to platform those that do. Opinions of our guests or commenters are theirs and theirs alone and do not reflect those of the host. Hate speech is not allowed, and we are diligent about policing it. This platform is for educational purposes only. We now return you to our regularly scheduled pandemonium, already in progress.
Okay. There was that infamous interview.
I'm starting to get great polls.
Hold on. Infamous interview last week with, yes, it was a dance break, with NBC, and they did an exceptional job, and the president was just exposed for being the fucking fool that he is. So
I'm starting to get great.
This one is wild. So this is the delusion on full display. Here you go.
I'm starting to get great polls on the economy, which I think
the
is
polls on the economy aren't they're not great.
They should be great.
They should be. So why aren't they?
Okay. I'm starting to get good polls on the economy. No, sir. No. It's like 35% approval on the economy. Well, they should be. They should be better. Well,
if you believe that,
I don't know. I don't know. I mean,
I don't know why.
I've got
Americans tell us we hear this. I mean, we're going to get into the economy later, but they tell us they don't feel it.
Just so you understand. I have $18 trillion being invested into the country. Biden had less than $1 trillion for 4 years, and the whole country was going to. I'm starting to get great polls on the economy, which I think
the polls on the economy aren't they're not great.
They should be great.
They should be. So why aren't they? If you believe that,
I don't know.
Okay,
I don't know. I mean, look, I've got
Americans tell us we hear this. I mean, we're going to get into the economy later, but they tell us they don't feel it.
Just so you understand. I have $18 trillion being invested into the country. Biden had less than $1 trillion for 4 years, and the whole country was going to.
Again, here's the sitch, right? Here we sit once again. I don't know why the polls suck. Maybe because you have been lying to the American people, and many of them are starting to see it. Maybe. When could we expect the Doge checks? Now, again, the supporters of predator behavior were like, well, he gave the military 1776. Jess, fact check me if I'm wrong about this. I believe that money was already allocated. So they just got it earlier, wrapped in a different package. I think I'm correct about that. So it wasn't additional monies. Thank you, Jess. It wasn't additional monies. It was just fucking money that was already there. Just got it a little bit earlier. So the president could sign it, put his signature on it. Okay. And again, friends, at 10 o'clock this morning, we're going to be streaming Pam Bonnie's press conference. Good morning, my brother. How are you?
Good morning. One, the 1776 wasn't just reallocated and renamed. The way they appropriated the funds or reappropriated the appropriated funds from Congress will have a net negative impact on their taxes because of the way that it was sent to them. It was supposed to be an additional housing allowance, which would have been taxed differently. Housing allowances are part of your military package, right? So you are allowed to get military housing assistance, especially if you have a family. But because the government refuses state housing, it really wasn't going much anyway. It's kind of like an allowance. Yeah, you get it, but no, you can't really go out and buy a new dress uniform with it because it's not enough money and it gets taxed. So miss me with all that bullshit.
Right.
I know you're going to get to this if you haven't already. I woke up late. Yeah. I didn't get up until 4 o'clock this morning, so I feel bad.
It's all right.
Yeah. Well, 4 a.m. my time, people. Did you talk, or are you going to talk about the 3 Republicans that blocked Mike Johnson's?
I did.
Okay.
Yep, I did.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I think from an economic standpoint, the tipping point has been reached because what we're seeing are only in the House of Reps. The Senate's already been kind of blocking this stuff. An agreement that it's time for Congress to start taking the reins back. And it's going to be interesting when it comes to this oversight committee too, because there's going to be a lot of pressure on the maggot Republicans who have been resisting the call to do subpoenas and to hold the DOJ in check. And so it starts with the economy and then it trickles down, no pun intended, from there.
Indeed.
So we need to keep our eyes on this, because if Congress starts passing bills that eliminate tariffs, you might actually see a rise in the polls of people's opinion on the economy, because the crippling tariffs will be removed. It will be an ironic shift in polling.
And just so you know, Howard Nutlick, who's the Commerce Secretary, his firm created a program that bet that the Supreme Court would overturn the tariff policy, so they stand to enrich themselves to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nothing to see here, though. Nothing to see here.
Yeah, don't follow the money, because you might actually learn the truth.
Exactly.
Anyway, go ahead and drop me, because I know we're getting ready to listen to the criminal, better yet known as Pam Bondi.
Indeed. I love you, bro. Talk to you soon.
Peace.
Take care. So yeah, that's a true thing. So Howard Nutlick, his son, is the chairperson of the company that Howard Nutlick is still a principal in. They created a program where they could literally bet that the Supreme Court is going to overturn the tariff policies under IEEPA, which is likely to happen, and they will stand to make hundreds of millions of dollars. And tell us again, MAGA, how they're looking out for you. 20 cents in gas. Whew. Yeah. I'm going to save 20 cents in gas. That's awesome. Fuck you, libs. I'm going to save 20 cents in gas. Hey, did you know that the Trump family has enriched themselves to the tune of nearly $4 billion since he took office? Well, that don't matter. He's a businessman. He's a great businessman. About the Howard Nutlick, the tariffs that you think that the European or the foreign countries are paying for? Well, that's because they do. China pays a tariff. Okay, well, you know that when the Supreme Court overturns that, his company is going to receive like $250 million. Well, that don't matter, because I saved 20 cents on my gas. Now I got money for Funyuns and a can of Copenhagen. Do you understand? Do you understand that they used you? And not in a good way. Hey, now, do you understand that? They used you. They used you to get here. They used you to put themselves in power. This enriching, fucking corrupt administration who's done nothing but lie to you. I've got some redneck in me, Gabriel. I grew up in Vermont. So I'm surrounded. Have you figured it out yet? Honestly, have you figured it out yet? That everything they told you, $18 trillion, no, didn't happen. End any wars, no, didn't happen. Tariffs will save you money, no, didn't happen. Manufacturing jobs coming back to America, no, didn't happen. Stock market, absolutely, setting records. Who benefits? Not you and me. Sure, maybe some 401ks. Every time the market dips, every fucking time the market dips, and I'll bring up Obi some point, we can talk about this in the future. Every time the market dips, who's in the position to capitalize on that? People with money. Not you, Billy Joe Jim Bob. Not you and your 4 teeth. Not you. You can look at the stock market and say, hey, look at the stock market. Do you have a 401k? Do you have any investments? Well, no, but look at it. Okay. Why should I look at it? What am I looking at? Tell me what I'm looking at. We're just waiting for the hearing to start. As soon as it does, we'll bring it to you. This is the whole point. You now have sold your fucking soul for 20 cents in gas. If it even is 20 cents. I don't think she can plead the fifth, Biggie. She can't plead the fifth, because this isn't a deposition per se. She is a cabinet member. She'll just lie. I don't think she can plead the fifth. She'll just say, I'm not going to answer that question. Again, a network of people that are enriching themselves on your behalf. We didn't vote for it. You did. We told you it was going to happen. We told you. We said, here it is. This is Project 2025. Here are the details. This is what they want to do. They want to consolidate government. They want to. It's the theory of the unitary executive. You can look at what's the group called? It's Opus Dei. OPUSDEI of all things. Opus Dei, right? It's this cult wing of the Catholic Church, of which Bill Barr and other people are affiliated. And they always talk about the consolidation of power. Politically, what does that mean? It's the theory of the unitary executive, right? So the unitary executive means that people who prescribe to that theory, Steve Bannon, Stephen Miller, Russ Vought, and others, they don't believe in our Constitution. They believe that the executive should have more power, which is why you see people like Mike Johnson, who's another believer in the unitary executive, the Seven Mountain Mandate guy. We don't want checks and balances. We want the president to do whatever the fuck he wants, which again, that's like dictatorship, which is again why we talk about it. Yes, Chris, Opus Dei. So the theory of the unitary executive to consolidate power to a malignant narcissist, you don't think there's a problem there? You don't think there's a bit of a conflict of interest? Right. Yeah, exactly. They talk about it in the Da Vinci Code. You're right. But politically, what does it mean? So the roots of it are connected to this theory of the unitary executive. You want to read about it. It's interesting, right? I can understand why people would not want a system of checks and balances. Who would not want oversight? People who don't want oversight. Oh, here we go. Okay, this is about to start. We're gonna play here is the testimony of Pam Bondi. She's appearing before the House Judiciary Committee today, and we're gonna listen to her testimony.
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible.
I'm going to need you guys to tap like crazy. Don't forget about our goal here. Don't forget about our gifting goal. Let's see if we can hit 750,000 likes today.
We'll begin with opening statements. The chair is now recognized. 18 cities, 11 states, 3 counties, and the District of Columbia are sanctuary jurisdictions, accounting for 31% of the population in this country. 31% of the American people, almost 1/3 of the American people, live in a city, county, or state where the left-wing leadership tells local law enforcement not to work with federal law enforcement.
Incorrect.
Now, what does that mean in practice?
It means they don't have to.
Let's look at Abraham Gonzalez, who on September 20th, 2023, was arrested by Border Patrol for illegally entering the United States. And of course, the Biden administration released him into the country.
What about Biden?
5 months later, February 26, 2024,
get your bingo card
Mr.
out.
Gonzalez is charged with assault. 2 weeks later, March 11, 2024, he's charged with felony motor vehicle theft, stole a car. And on March 20th, 2024, 9 days later, he's arrested by the Denver police and placed in the Denver Justice Center. 6 days later, March 22nd, 2024, ICE sends a detainer notice to the.
This is Jim Jordan. Jim Jordan's the chairperson of the committee. I'll give you the play-by-play.
Gonzalez, can you give us a heads up? Can you let us know maybe 48 hours before you're going to release this guy so we can come apprehend him there at the jail? And remember, a detainer is a final order of removal from a court where this individual or this individual's committed some removable offense. But on February 28th, 2025, Abraham Gonzalez is released to the streets. In fact, we can put that up. I think you can see this. Released, we got the form from the Denver Justice Center. What kind of inmate was Mr. Gonzalez for those 345 days that he was in the...
Okay, so briefly, I wanted to do this before this. What you're going to hear today, you're going to hear more rhetoric like this from the right. They're going to talk about sanctuary cities. They're going to talk about the DOJ, finding the worst of the worst. That's all they're going to talk about. They're not going to ask questions about the Jeffrey files. And I have a feeling since Jamie Raskin is the second in charge, he's the ranking member from the Democratic side, you're going to hear a lot of questions about Pam Bondi's lies. So buckle up.
Mr. Gonzalez out on the street, he assaulted one of the officers. This is what happens when you have a sanctuary jurisdiction. Right now in Minnesota, there are 1,360.
So, Jim, do you want to talk about the members of the J6 rioters, the insurrectionist traitors who Donald Trump pardoned, who then went out and committed crimes, including crimes against children, rape, sexual assault, sexual abuse of minors, and prepubescent children? Probably not, right, Jim? You pedophile protector?
We know of. Where a detainer was filed, Since President Trump's been in office, over 17,000 times a detainer was filed, and those individuals were released to the streets instead of turned over to federal law enforcement. 17,864 times. Illegals who've been charged with the crime have been released to the streets, and thereby jeopardizing the safety of the public, the safety of law enforcement, and of course the migrant themselves. And frankly, helping create the environment that results in the tragic deaths like we saw with Miss Good and Mr. Preddy. A few years ago, Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders said this in response to the State of the Union address. She said, "The divide in America today is normal versus crazy." And it's true. Because it's crazy not to have a border, which is what we had under the previous administration. It's crazy to abolish ICE, and it's crazy to release bad guys who are here illegally to the streets when with one phone call, federal law enforcement will come to the jail and pick them up. The mindset that says it's okay to release these guys is the same left-wing mindset that thinks it's okay to weaponize government against your political opponents. And that is exactly what we had in the previous Justice Department. The Biden-Harris Department of Justice called parents domestic terrorists. The Biden-Harris Justice Department used FBI SWAT teams to arrest pro-life advocates. The Biden-Harris DOJ targeted traditional Catholics. The Biden-Harris DOJ pressured social media companies to censor Americans, and the Biden-Harris Justice Department launched not one, but 2 investigations into President Trump, spending over $35 million to try to bring down their political opponent. To further this effort, they sought the phone records of over a dozen Republican members of Congress.
They did.
Even the Democrats said this was wrong.
No, they didn't.
They got bank records for scores of White House officials. They even paid at least one confidential human source $20,000 for information on President Trump. And of course, while doing all this, they couldn't tell us who planted the pipe bombs, who leaked the Dobbs opinion, and who put cocaine in the White House.
Oh, no.
But thank goodness the American people saw through it all.
Did they?
Americans were tired of being targeted for their beliefs, tired of the lawfare, tired of the rampant crime throughout this country, and that's why they overwhelmingly elected President Trump.
Manipulation.
What a difference a year makes.
What
a difference a year makes.
Under
Attorney General Bondi, the DOJ has returned to its core missions.
Really?
Upholding the rule of law, going after the bad guys, and keeping Americans safe.
Really?
The Trump Justice Department has restored the rule of law. Murders are down nationwide by 20%. In D.C., violent crime is down by 28%. The federal surge in D.C. resulted in 8,000 arrests, the seizure of 800 illegal guns, and the recovery of 16 missing kids. Trump Justice Department apprehended a suspect in the pipe bomb investigation.
Great.
And they've arrested 6 of the FBI's top 10 most wanted fugitives. Just 1 year. Of course, they arrested narco-terrorist Nicolas Maduro, and they seized a record number of drugs flowing into this country.
But yet, Trump pardons a
Trump Justice
known
Department
drug
put
trafficker.
an end to targeting Americans for their beliefs.
Got it.
Attorney General Bondi rescinded Attorney General Garland's anti-parent memorandum. Department of Justice ended the practices of using the FACE Act to target pro-life Americans. They've refused to tolerate attacks on places of worship and investigations of traditional Catholics that we saw in the previous administration. On her first day, Attorney General Bondi disbanded the Foreign Influence Task Force that was pressuring social media companies to censor Americans.
Really?
And the Trump Justice Department has ended lawfare. Under Attorney General Bondi, along with Director Patel,
did he just say
to
that?
Expose the political nature
Ended lawfare?
Frost
Okay.
and the Jack Smith investigation.
Jesus. Wow.
Turned over hundreds of pages of documents to Congress, and that's why we know, for example, that Mr. Smith paid at least $20,000 to some confidential human source. That's why we know that Jack Smith knew it was unconstitutional to seek to toll records from members.
No, it wasn't.
But since the litigation risk was low, and because members would never find out about the subpoena until years later,
of course,
they charged ahead and violated the Constitution.
Got it.
The Trump Justice Department has changed DOJ policy to require prosecutors to tell judges if NDOs relate to members of the separate and equal branch of government.
What do you got to hide, Jim?
And to top it all off, the Trump Justice Department opened an investigation into the conspiracy behind the Russia collusion hoax. Justice Department has put common sense ahead of politics, sued to keep boys out of girls' sports. They secured deals with universities to stop race-based admissions and anti-Semitic practices. And after discovering rampant fraud in Minnesota, the Justice Department, under the leadership of Attorney General Bondi, has established a new national fraud division. In fact, I met with Colin McDonald, who will head that division last week. I think he's going to do a great job. There's a lot of work to be done in that area, but I want to thank the Attorney General for her great work in the first year on the job, and I want to thank you for being here.
Are you
With that,
fucking
I would
kidding
yield to
me?
the ranking member for an opening statement.
Here's Jamie Raskin. Let's go.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Attorney General Bondi. You've got the best lawyer's job in America because your mission is justice and your clients are the American people. But to promote justice for the people, you've got to listen to the victims, like the women seated behind you today. Those are just some of the hundreds of survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's global sex trafficking ring who are demanding that the truth be told and are demanding accountability for the abusers who trafficked and raped them. You still haven't met with these survivors. So with their permission, let me introduce to you the survivors and late survivors' family members who are present today. There's Teresa Helm, there's Jess Michaels, Laura Bloom McGee, Danny Bensky, Liz Stein, Marina Lacerda, Sky and Amanda Roberts, who are the family of the late Virginia Giuffre, Charlene Richard, and Lisa Phillips. Now, you're not showing a lot of interest in the victims, Madam Attorney General. Whether it's Epstein's human trafficking ring or the homicidal governmental violence against citizens in Minneapolis, as Attorney General, you're siding with the perpetrators and you're ignoring the victims. That will be your legacy unless you act quickly to change course. You're running a massive Epstein cover-up right out of the Department of Justice. You've been ordered by subpoena and by Congress to turn over 6 million documents, photographs, and videos in the Epstein files, but you've turned over only 3 million. You say you're not turning over the other 3 million because they're somehow duplicative, but we know that there are actual memos of victim statements in there, and you also took down the Department of Justice's prosecution memo from 2019. So it's clearly not all duplicative, but even if it were, why not release it? Just release all the duplicative stuff. In the half you did produce, you redacted the names of abusers, enablers, apparently to spare them embarrassment and disgrace, which is the exact opposite of what the law ordered you to do. Even worse, you shockingly failed to redact many of the victims' names, which is what you were ordered to do by Congress. Some of the victims had come forward publicly, but many had not. Many had kept their torment private, even from family and friends, but you published their names, their identities, their images on thousands of pages for the world to see. So you ignored the law, and even with over 100,000 employees at your disposal, you acted with some mixture of staggering incompetence, cold indifference, and jaded cruelty towards more than 1,000 victims raped, abused, and trafficked. This performance screams cover-up. Convicted sex trafficker and groomer Ghislaine Maxwell opened the gates of hell to Virginia Giuffre and hundreds of other victims, as Virginia recorded in her remarkable book, Nobody's Girl. But when Maxwell was subpoenaed to come testify before Congress, you and Todd Blanche quickly moved her from a higher security prison to a minimum security camp in Texas, where she's enjoyed 5-star treatment, including catered meals, private gym time, and access to a therapy puppy. All because Todd Blanche, who's utterly failed to investigate the monstrous crimes of Epstein and Maxwell's co-conspirators, spent 9 hours with Maxwell and satisfied himself that she would have nothing untoward to say about Donald Trump, which is your only real interest in the matter, based on institutional performance. But abandoning victims and coddling perpetrators is what you do best. When the FBI opened a criminal investigation into the brutal killing in Minneapolis of Renee Good, a poet and 37-year-old mother of 3, by Trump's masked paramilitary ICE agents, you shut it down. You claim you're investigating the cold-blooded murder of Alex Preddy, an ICU nurse at the VA. But how can we trust the administration when the president and Kristi Noem called Preddy a domestic terrorist and Stephen Miller called him a would-be assassin? Not only do you refuse to share evidence with the state and local investigators and prosecutors in Minnesota, you have blocked their access to the crime scene and the evidence. How are you seeking justice for Marimar Martinez, the Montessori school teacher in Chicago who was shot 5 times by a Border Patrol agent who bragged about it on text? Or the family of Keith Porter, a father of 2 shot and killed by an off-duty ICE agent in LA? Or the family of Silverio Villegas Gonzalez, shot and killed in Illinois minutes after he dropped his kids off at school? There's no sign of any movement at the Department of Justice. You even launched a criminal investigation into Renee Good's grieving widow. How sick is that? But it's even worse. You've turned the People's Department of Justice into Trump's instrument of revenge. Trump orders up prosecutions like pizza, and you deliver every time. He tells you to go after James Comey, Letitia James, Lisa Cook, and Jerome Powell, the head of the Federal Reserve Board, and members of Congress like Adam Schiff, Mark Kelly, Alyssa Slotkin, Chrissy Houlihan, Jason Crow, Chris DeLuzio, and Maggie Goodlander, to name a few, and you snap to it. You replace real prosecutors with counterfeit stooges who robotically do the president's bidding. Nothing in American history comes close to this complete corruption of the justice function and contamination of federal law enforcement. And the good news is many serious lawyers at DOJ, including some of your own original appointees, have refused your lawless orders. Danielle Sassoon, your original pick for acting U.S. Attorney in Manhattan, resigned rather than follow your corrupt order to quash an indictment against Mayor Eric Adams as a political favor from Donald Trump. A Federalist Society member who clerked for Justice Scalia, U.S. Attorney Sassoon refused to participate in this blatantly corrupt scheme. Her top assistant, Hagen Scotton, an Iraqi war vet and 2-time Bronze Star recipient who clerked for Chief Justice Roberts and then Judge Kavanaugh, promptly resigned too, writing to your office, quote, "I expect you will eventually find someone who is enough of a fool or enough of a coward to file your motion, but it was never going to be me." You and the president nominated Eric Siebert, a 15-year career prosecutor, to be your U.S. attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia. But after 5 months of investigating Letitia James and James Comey, he found no evidence to justify criminal charges. So you forced him out. You replaced him with Lindsay Halligan, Trump's personal lawyer from the Mar-a-Lago documents case, who had 0 prosecutorial experience and no qualifications. And then you were humiliated when a federal judge found that this corrupt appointment was blatantly unlawful and threw out Halligan's indictments entirely. And grand juries of American citizens have repeatedly rejected your vendettas and baseless indictments brought by the hacks left at DOJ now, with 2 different grand juries in Virginia voting down indictments against Letitia James in a single week. And just yesterday, another grand jury shut down your vendetta factory by rejecting indictments against the 6 members of Congress who had spoken out to remind all service members that they have a duty to refuse illegal orders. You tried to get a grand jury to indict 6 members of Congress who are veterans of our armed forces on charges of seditious conspiracy simply for exercising their First Amendment rights. I hope you will heed the wisdom and the constitutional patriotism of those grand jurors and not try it again by doubling down on that humiliation. As your best lawyers are sacked for having participated in the January 6th case, or just flee for the exits now, your new lawyers keep lying in court. In dozens of cases, they've been excoriated for lying to federal judges. Chief Judge Boasberg, right here in DC, suggested your Department of Justice perpetrated a fraud on the court. Other judges found your statements to be, quote, inexplicably misleading, patently incredible, totally inconsistent, and so disingenuous that the court is left with little confidence that the government can be trusted to tell the truth about anything. Now, as ranking member, I asked the chairman to add a few extra rounds of questions today because we each have 5 hours of questions, not 5 minutes, but we're stuck with 5 minutes. That's clearly insufficient to give voice to America's victims and survivors and to demand answers about all the corruption and cover-ups that we see at DOJ right now. We've got just 1 round, so we ask you politely but firmly, Madam Attorney General, please do not waste 1 second of our precious time by evading questions, by changing the subject, or engaging in personal attacks against members of Congress. We saw your performance in the Senate, and we're not going to accept that. This isn't a game.
Buckle up.
In the Senate, you brought something with you called a burn book, a binder of smears to attack members personally for doing the people's work of oversight. Please set the burn book aside and answer our questions. And when you hear us reclaim our time, that means it's time for you to stop speaking. We only have 5 minutes, so when we reclaim our time, that means you stop. And if you don't, we will ask the chair to stop the clock and let you go on his time. The quality of justice in America depends on the character of our government. Please do your job and bring the Department of Justice back from the brink. The survivors seated behind you and the American people watching everywhere deserve a Department of Justice worthy of its name. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Without objection, all of the opening statements will be included in the record. We will now introduce today's witness. The Honorable Pamela J. Bondi has served as the Attorney General of the United States since February 5th, 2025. She previously served in the Office of the White House Counsel, 2 terms as the Florida Attorney General, and spent more than 18 years as a prosecutor. We welcome our witness and thank her for appearing today. We will begin by swearing you in. Would you please rise and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God? I do. Let the record show that the witness has answered in the affirmative. Thank you. You can be seated. And please know that your written testimony will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, we ask that you summarize your testimony. Madam Attorney General, you may begin.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Raskin, and distinguished members of this committee. Thank you for hosting me here today. I'm grateful for the opportunity to answer your questions, highlight the work of our department, and discuss the most important topic of all, keeping the American people safe. A little over a year ago, I was sworn into office as the 87th Attorney General of the United States. I came into office with the goal of refocusing the Department of Justice on its core mission after years of bloated bureaucracy and political weaponization. The Department of Justice's core mission is to fight violent crime, protect the American people, and defend the rule of law above all else. While our work is never done, we have made tremendous progress to make America safe again.
Really?
In 2025, we saw the lowest murder rate in 125 years. That's nothing short of historic. If you compare 25 to 24, here's what you'll find. The murder rate is down 21%, robbery down 23%, carjacking down 43%, gun assault down 22%, ag assault, burglary, could go on and on. Crime is declining. This did not happen by accident. The numbers tell an important yet straightforward story. President Trump has given us the resources, the support, and the leadership to protect the American people. President Trump's policies have saved lives. I cannot think of a policy outcome more important than protecting the lives of American citizens. Can you? This trend has been especially clear in Washington, D.C. and in Memphis. These are 2 iconic American cities that spent years in the grip of horrific violent crime. The Department of Justice surged law enforcement resources, and the results came quickly. Crime plummeted in both cities. And I want to make one point loud and clear. We achieved those results by working with Democratic mayors. Public safety does not have a party registration. When your constituents call 911, they don't ask for political views of the responding officer. They ask for help. I have federal agents in each and every one of your districts. They're here to help, and I am here to help. Many cities and states have worked with us and taken advantage of our federal support. Some have not. Meanwhile, a few elected officials have declared that they are, quote, at war with the federal government, and encouraged widespread obstruction of law enforcement. This has resulted in avoidable clashes on the streets, as you've all seen. We've seen rioters storming a Christian church. Citizens and law enforcement officers have both been endangered by reckless rhetoric. We have made dozens of arrests in and around Minneapolis so far, and many of them could have been avoided by simple compliance with federal law. Of course, our efforts reach beyond our urban centers. We are striking crucial blows against terrorist organizations such as MS-13, TDA, the Sinaloa Cartel, and Antifa. And as we sit here,
I'm Antifa.
I think you've seen the news this morning. The news is reporting
news.
Cartel drones are being shot down by our military. That's what we all should care about right now.
Cartel drones?
Protecting America.
I don't give a fuck about cartel drones. I care about survivors.
As we seek to dismantle these drug trafficking networks that poison Americans, in 2025, our DEA agents seized more than 47 million fentanyl pills and more than 9,800 total kilos of fentanyl. That represents 369 million potentially deadly doses that can kill Americans.
So dramatic.
Meanwhile, our attorneys are fighting for President Trump's agenda in courtrooms across this country. This administration has been sued 627 times. We've fought through a nonstop flood of bad faith temporary restraining orders from liberal activist judges across this country. America has never seen this level of coordinated judicial opposition towards a presidential administration.
I want to call her the C word so bad, but I won't.
It is not only an unlawful attack on the executive branch's authority, but a serious attack on the democratic process.
Jesus.
In spite of this unprecedented judicial activism, we've attained 24 favorable rulings at the U.S. Supreme Court.
Thank you.
Their emergency docket and even more to come. We've done so while ending the weaponization of the prior administration by dropping FACE Act prosecutions.
What about Biden?
Exposing the Arctic frost scandal via congressional disclosure, thank you, Chairman, and restoring one tier of justice in this country. To address the Epstein files, more than 500 attorneys and reviewers spent thousands of hours painstakingly reviewing millions of pages to comply with Congress's law.
And you still didn't do it.
We've released more than 3 million pages, including 180,000 images, all to the public, while doing our very best in the time frame allotted by the legislation.
Give me a fucking break.
To protect victims. And if you brought us a victim's name that was inadvertently released, we immediately redacted it. All members of Congress, as you know, are invited to visit DOJ.
Unbelievable.
To see for yourselves. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the Epstein survivors who are here today.
Oh, give me a fucking break.
I'm a career prosecutor, and despite what the ranking member said, I have spent my entire career fighting for victims.
Give me a fucking break.
And I will continue to do so. I am deeply sorry for what any victim has been through, especially as a result of that monster.
Are you kidding me?
If you have any information to share with law enforcement about anyone who has hurt you or abused you, the FBI is waiting to hear from you. I want you to know that any accusations of criminal wrongdoing will be taken seriously and investigated. The Department of Justice is committed to holding criminals accountable to the fullest extent of the law. In 2025, the FBI arrested over 1,700 child predators, a 10% increase from 2024. We also located 2,700 victims of child exploitation and shut down 3.8 million dark web pedophile accounts. 3.8 million. So please, if you have information to share that needs to be investigated, contact the FBI. Today, I look forward to discussing further our shared obligation to protect the American people, uphold the rule of law, and keep this nation safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Attorney General. The chair now, we now proceed under the 5-minute rule. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Republican.
Madam General,
crime.
Thank you for your
Not
extensive
Epstein.
remarks,
Crime.
particularly
Sanctuary cities.
on your continued
What you're gonna hear.
investigation of those responsible over the years in the Epstein debacle. Obviously, you have an amazingly full docket between civil rights, between criminal, between so-called white-collar.
Congressman Issa, Republican from California.
So, as the chairman said, at a time in which both you and the president are under attack, and our ICE agents and FBI and others are under attack when they try to enforce the law, I personally want to apologize for those who would embolden, support, or even stand with those lawbreakers that sit on this and other daises here in Congress. My job generally is to talk about patents and trademarks as the chairman of that subcommittee. I'll forego that today because one of my other jobs is the creation and maintenance of Article 3 judges, and I work with the Chief Justice on that, and we're trying to expand the court. But currently, there are only 677 district court judges. They have very full dockets as well. But you create a tremendous amount of judges, particularly immigration judges. You do so in order to save the court that, but adjudicate, as is requirement, each of those people who claim a right to be here in the United States. And that has been going on under Republican and Democratic administrations for years. What's unique about the Trump administration this time is that you and President Trump have managed to reduce the backlog of people seeking that for the first time in decades. You are getting ahead of that tremendous backlog that caused, for better or worse, the release of millions of people with little pieces of paper saying, come back later when we call you, and often to no avail when you call. So I want to congratulate you on that because it's an accomplishment you might not take credit for and the other side would never give you credit for.
Bro, this is supposed to be oversight, not fucking glazing.
You can continue to do that and do more. And I say so for a reason, because much of this hearing will be about Minneapolis and other places in which the backlog of criminal aliens, including in my home state of California, people who have hurt other people, people who have victimized their communities, is extensive. And although the overall number through adjudication may be going on, because of places like my home state, California, you're unable.
This is Darrell Issa, represents California's 48th, Temecula, Escondido, and Santee.
Operate, and they're prohibited by law. It is this committee's opinion on this side of the aisle that, in fact, you should be given the ability to demand that that participation, and that the release of a known criminal not be considered to be acceptable just because a state or city has declared itself a sanctuary.
Is there a question?
I want you to opine on just one thing that I think has been misunderstood. As I said earlier, you create and maintain those judges that adjudicate these cases. You also support so many that, in fact, have to make decisions as judges. Knowing that this limitation of so few Article 3 judges are there, please educate those who seem to miss the point that Article 1 judges, including bankruptcy judges, including immigration judges, including lots of people with the title appropriately judge.
This could be an email, I agree.
Issue documents that look like, act like, and are normally accepted as warrants, as subpoenas, as demands for state officials to stand aside and allow the production of either an individual or documents. Because I think people are missing the point that these ICE retainers and detainers and so on, they act like they're nothing when in fact in the ordinary course, Madam General, you do in fact have Article I judges constantly putting those out, and they are respected normally.
Do you have a question? Yeah? Turn your mic on.
Thank you, Congressman, for talking about all the great judges. And if I could add one thing to that, we are always recruiting and looking for judges. So please reach out to our office for these judges who are handling all these very important matters. We've even added some JAG officers as immigration judges.
Thank you.
And so we're continuing to do that, but we're always seeking qualified lawyers as well to be part of that. And thank you for highlighting that, Congressman.
Thank you. I yield back.
Like Lindsay Halligan, qualified lawyers, Alina Habba.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Attorney General Bondi, right here. We are joined in this room by some of the thousands of survivors from Jeffrey Epstein's horrific sex trafficking ring. They have shown such incredible courage.
Pramila Jayapal.
Speaking out in demanding accountability to bring the predators and pedophiles to justice. The Epstein Files Transparency Act required your Department of Justice to disclose the perpetrators connected with Epstein's criminal activities and to redact the information of survivors to protect their identities. Let me show you what actually happened. First, in violation of the law, your department has shown a pattern of redacting the names of powerful predators. Here behind me is one example of an email from Epstein to a man whose name was redacted. The email reads, quote, "Where are you? Are you okay? I loved the torture video." Only after members of Congress demanded that we see the unredacted files did the world learn the name of this individual, Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem, the chairman and CEO of a company that had financial ties to President Trump's business and personal ties to Trump's advisor, Steve Bannon.
Shocker.
Second, the survivors were not similarly protected, also in violation of the law. Here is another email titled Epstein Victim List. We have blurred the names of the survivors for their protection, but your Department of Justice initially released this list of 32 survivors' names with only one name redacted, along with numerous files that disclose not only the names, the emails, and the addresses of survivors, but also nude photographs and even the identities of Jane Does who had been protected for decades until your department released their names. Survivors are now telling us that their families are finding out for the first time that they were trafficked by Epstein. In their words, quote, "This release does not provide closure. It feels like a deliberate attempt to intimidate survivors, punish those who came forward, and reinforce the same culture of secrecy that allowed Epstein's crimes to continue for decades." To the survivors in the room, if you are willing, please stand.
Trigger warnings, friends.
And if you are willing,
it's the reason I'm
please
not showing
raise
the
your
video.
hands if you have still not been able to meet with this Department of Justice.
Every single one of the survivors just raised their hands.
Please know for the record that every single survivor has raised their hand.
Everyone. Every
Attorney
fucking
General
one, you
Bondi.
fucking bitch.
You apologize to the survivors in your opening statement for what they went through at the hands of Jeffrey Epstein. Will you turn to them now and apologize for what your Department of Justice has put them through with the absolutely unacceptable release of the Epstein files and their information?
Congresswoman, you sat before, Merrick Garland sat in this chair twice.
Here we go.
Attorney General Bondi.
No, can I finish my answer?
No, I'm going to reclaim my time because I asked you a specific question that I would like you to answer, which is, will you turn to the survivors? This is not about anybody that came before you. It is about you taking responsibility for your Department of Justice and the harm that it has done to the survivors who are standing right behind you and are waiting for you to turn to them and apologize for what your Department of Justice has done.
Members get to ask the questions, the witness gets to answer in the way they want to answer. The Attorney General can
That's
respond.
not accurate, Mr. Chairman.
Because she doesn't like the
my
answer.
time.
So,
Mr. Chairman,
why
I have asked
didn't she ask Merrick Garland this?
I am
twice
reclaiming
when he
my
sat in
time,
my
and
chair?
when I
will
reclaim my
continue to
time,
answer.
it is
Mr. Chairman, the gentlelady's reclaimed her
I'm not going
time.
to get in the gutter for her theatrics.
The time belongs to the gentlelady. The gentlelady has 17 seconds.
Thank you. You're not going to answer this question, so
She
let me
wouldn't
just.
do it.
Chairman, I'll direct it to
What a
you.
massive.
No, I'm answering a
Mr.
question.
Chairman, will you
Wouldn't
restore
do
her
it.
time? The witness is interrupted.
Gutter with this woman.
Stop the
She's
time
doing
and
theatrics.
let me have
wouldn't.
my
The
time.
gentlelady from Washington controls the time. The gentlelady has 17 seconds. You can proceed with your final
Thank you.
17 seconds.
What a massive cover-up this has been and
Unreal.
continues to be. Donald Trump made the release of the Epstein files the center of his political campaign because he thought it would benefit him. Then you got into office, Attorney General, claimed to have a client list, only
Regular
to
order.
then say that there was no list. Your deputy, Todd Blanche, met alone with Elaine Maxwell and transferred her to a minimum security prison. And now you continue the cover-up. And I wish that you would turn around to the survivors who are standing right behind you and on a human level,
Chairman,
apologize
Chair now
to them
recognizes the chair.
and what you have done.
Time is the gentlelady's
yield
expired.
back.
The gentlelady's
Unreal.
you have no time to yield back.
Theatrics.
We appreciate that. We appreciate the thought. And I would argue the central issue in the last election, the presidential election, was securing the border. The gentleman from Arizona who knows something about securing the border is up
Here we
for
go.
5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Attorney General Bondi, for being here today. In 2022,
Andy fucking
Lafarge,
Biggs.
which is a French
Andy Biggs.
cement company, pled guilty in U.S. federal court to participating in a criminal conspiracy with ISIS. That conspiracy contributed to the deaths of U.S. service members.
This is Andy Biggs from Arizona, 5th District, represents Gilbert, Apache Junction, and Queen Creek.
Required to pay more than $775 million into DOJ's asset forfeiture fund. In February 2025, my colleagues and I sent you a letter urging the department to review the petitions for remission submitted by the families of those fallen service members, including several of my constituents. The previous administration ignored these victims and our requests and left their petitions unresolved. My question for you on this particular issue is if you're willing to work to ensure those families that their petitions will be reviewed and brought to a resolution.
Congressman, we are aware of that, and we're committed to doing everything we can to support the victims and work with you. Thank you for that question.
Yeah, appreciate your answer. And now let's go to something that is also pressing that I've been working on for years, and this is the FISA Section 702 and Arctic frost. In January 2025, you testified before the U.S. Senate and agreed with Senator Lee that, quote, anytime an American citizen's private communications are intercepted, should not be searched without some showing of probable cause. Close quote. You still hold that view today, I assume.
Yes.
And during the most recent FISA reauthorization, I offered an amendment to establish a clear warrant requirement for searches of Americans' data while preserving every publicly cited operational exception, including emergencies, defensive queries, cybersecurity threats. And my intent was to ensure the Department of Justice could continue to keep Americans safe while also ending warrantless searches of U.S. persons' data. Are there any additional circumstances or exceptions that you believe must be included to ensure DOJ can continue to operate effectively while still protecting American citizens' data and privacy?
Yeah, Congressman, we are committed to working with Congress to uncover weaponization and other misconduct by Jack Smith, by others, Arctic frost, everything that happened under the past administration.
What about Biden?
And we are committed to working with you on that. And we are working with Chairman Jordan, with the House Intel, with all of our my fellow cabinet members on resolving that issue.
Well, thank you. And I'm glad you brought up Arctic frost because Section 702 was used in the Arctic frost investigation.
It was.
and information derived was used by Special Counsel Jack Smith. And my question has always been, and no one's been able to answer this, is what was the legal predicate for using a foreign intelligence authority in the Arctic frost investigation? Have you been able to ascertain any legal predicate?
Congressman, what I can tell you today is that has been referred to my office. I can't discuss anything regarding that because it is very active and ongoing.
Okay. And you probably can't answer this one either, but I really want to know if Section 702 queries related to that matter involved members of Congress, which we know at some level it did, congressional staff, which we know at some level did. We've heard that journalists or other U.S. persons not suspecting of acting as foreign agents were also caught up in that. Can you answer that question and say whether queries did cover all those groups I just identified?
It is a very active pending investigation within my office. However, I believe many members of Congress have stated that their phones were part of Arctic frost. We are well aware of that.
Okay.
We are taking this very seriously.
Maybe stop criming.
Very active investigation. And I would keep going and say if any member of the Democrat Party, if any of them, if that had happened to them, we would take that just as serious as we do. And they should be jumping up and down.
If they had committed crimes, then they should have had their phones seized. So shut the fuck up.
You want to do, because this should be a bipartisan issue.
Well, I hope it is a bipartisan issue. You know, I'll just leave with these last couple of questions, which I'm sure fall into the same investigation privilege. But that's this: how many such queries were actually conducted overall? This is outside Arctic frost in the prior year by the FBI or other intelligence community, and particularly, we really need to know what were the legal standards applied. Did they use probable cause? Did they use reasonable articulable suspicion? Or did they have no individualized suspicion and just were gathering up information? And that's beyond the investigation with regarding Arctic frost. I don't expect you to have that information today, but if you can help get that information so we can understand the extensive nature of this continued misuse of 702, it would be very particularly helpful.
And it was extensive. Yes, Congressman. Thank you.
Time of the gentleman has expired.
I have a UC, Mr. Chairman.
And that is the gentlelady from Texas.
I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record. El Paso airspace reopened after FAA quickly rescinds 10-day flights restriction.
Jasmine.
This was published by the Texas Tribune on February 11th, 2026. And it says it was because of an impasse with the DOD over the use of unmanned military aircraft and not triggered by Mexican cartel drones.
Without objection.
Point of order, Mr.
Jasmine.
Chairman. I didn't hear back about the second round of questions. I assume that's not happening. I just want to be able to assure the members, certainly on my side, if not both sides.
That's not a point of order.
No, that every member will get 5 minutes with the witness. Will there be 5 minutes for each?
Yeah, you get 5 minutes. Yeah.
With the witness. Okay,
Yeah.
very good.
Yeah. Okay. And are you up next? Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I want to begin by acknowledging the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's horrific abuse who are in the room with us today.
Jerry Nadler.
All of you, your bravery in speaking out. I want to say that you and the other survivors of these heinous crimes deserve better from this Department of Justice. In particular, it is shocking that the department did not redact the names of Epstein's victims, but it did redact the names of their abusers. I don't know whether this was done out of incompetence or whether it was deliberate and malicious. But either way, it is completely unacceptable. Even more troubling, the DOJ has failed to bring any of these perpetrators to justice. Instead, it has engaged in a relentless pursuit of Donald Trump's perceived enemies. I want to focus on just one example. The Attorney General of my home state of New York, Tish James. This DOJ has been hell-bent on securing an indictment against Ms. James for something, anything, simply because she held Donald Trump's companies accountable for years of financial fraud. And indeed, the department manufactured an investigation against her for alleged, quote, mortgage fraud. But the U.S. attorney leading the investigation, Eric Siebert, a Trump appointee, refused to bring charges against Ms. James because there was simply no evidence. Unfortunately, a prosecutor who refuses to do Trump's bidding has no place in this DOJ. So Mr. Siebert was forced out. Trump could not contain his fury that he expressed to you in a social media post addressed to you by name. I'm sure you've seen it. Quote, I fired him and there is a great case, he wrote to you about Mr. Siebert. Then we moved down. We can't delay any longer. It's killing our reputation and credibility. They impeached me twice and indicted me 5 times over nothing. Justice must be served now. And obviously, you followed that order. Lindsay Halligan, Trump's former defense lawyer who had never prosecuted a case in her life, was installed to replace Mr. Siebert, and it was clear that part of her mandate was to go after Ms. James. Halligan immediately sought an indictment, which a court dismissed because Halligan was illegally put into the role. But your department was undeterred. Not once, but twice, it tried to indict Attorney General James in separate courts. Both grand juries rejected you and refused to indict her. It is practically unheard of for a grand jury to refuse an indictment. In 2016, it happened in just 6 cases out of over 150,000 offenses. And you had it happen twice in the same week, in 2 different courts. That must have been humiliating. And now there are reports you are continuing to investigate her. The amount of resources that have gone into targeting Attorney General James, months of investigations, multiple failed indictments, is astounding. Since your own prosecutors told you that there is not enough evidence to support a conviction, it's clear that you were going after her simply because she held President Trump accountable and he wants to punish her. And she is just one name on a long list of Trump political enemies that DOJ is reportedly targeting. From Jerome Powell and Lisa Cook at the Federal Reserve to James Comey, numerous Democratic members of Congress, John Brennan, Jack Smith, Democratic officials in Minnesota, Chris Krebs, Miles Taylor, and more. Those are just the ones we know about. In contrast to these politically motivated investigations, grasping at something they can charge their enemies with, we now have concrete evidence of disgusting criminality revealed in the Epstein files. So I really have just one question for you. How many of Epstein's co-conspirators have you indicted? How many perpetrators are you even investigating?
First, you showed it. I find it.
How many have you indicted?
Excuse me. I'm going to answer the question.
Answer my question.
No, I'm going to answer the question the way I want to answer the question.
No, you're
the
going to answer the question the way I asked it.
Chairman Jordan, I'm not going to get in the gutter with these people, but I'm going to answer the question.
Again, the time belongs to me.
Claiming my time.
I think it's very interesting.
My time.
I think it's very interesting.
You can
that
reclaim
he
your
talks
time.
about they indicted. The president said they indicted him twice.
Mr. Chairman, please stop the clock and restore his time.
Okay, here we go with these
Committee will be in order.
theatrics.
The time belongs to the gentleman from New York. We will give you a few more seconds. We will do that. But when you ask a question, the witness gets to answer. You may not like the answer, but she gets to answer.
The question was, how many of Epstein's...
They don't like the answer, Chairman,
my time.
because it's honest. So he asked a 4-minute question.
Restore 45 seconds, Mr. Nadler, please, Mr. Chairman.
Answer.
You can let her filibuster all day long, but not on our watch. Not on our time. No way. And I told you about that, Attorney General, before you started.
You don't tell me.
Yeah, I did tell you because we saw what you did in the Senate.
Lawyer, not even a lawyer.
Committee will be in order.
I should get back at least 45 seconds.
We will give you a few more seconds. I said that already.
45 seconds.
Okay, I'm timing right now, Mr. Nadler.
All right.
My time. The answer to my question, how many of Epstein's co-conspirators has she indicted, is 0. You have been the Attorney General for a whole year. Your DOJ fired the lead prosecutor of this case, sat on evidence this entire time, and claimed falsely last July that there were no more leads. It took an act of Congress for you to finally release part of the Epstein files. And when you did, you included personal information about the victims while protecting the names of abusers.
Time of the gentleman has
expired.
expired.
Have been brought to justice. But enormous resources
Time of the gentleman has expired, and obviously
it's clear that under your leadership, the Department of Justice
there was
no longer
no
works
question in there.
It works
to
for
respond
Donald
to.
Trump. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
May I answer?
I think our next questioner, Madam Attorney General, is going to give you time to respond to.
Thank you, Chairman.
All kinds of things. So we will turn to the gentleman from Texas for 5 minutes.
I'll respond to you. Go right ahead. I'm over here. The time is yours.
Glazing.
Thank you. First, he brought up the president saying they indicted me twice. They sure did. They tried to impeach him twice.
They did.
You, Mr. Nadler, were one of the leads on the impeachment. I was on the other side. I lived that with you. During impeachment, you said the president conspired.
He did.
Sought foreign interference in the 2016 election.
He did.
Robert Mueller found no evidence.
Yes, he did.
None.
Yes, he did.
Of foreign interference in 2016.
Yes, he did.
Have you apologized to President Trump?
Yes,
Have you apologized?
Yes, he fucking did, you fucking bitch. Read the fucking Mueller report, you fucking bitch.
Be apologizing. You sit here and you attack the president, and I am not going to have it. I'm not going to put up with it. You know,
Pam, that's very telling. You're not the president's lawyer. You're the lawyer for the fucking people. Do you understand that, right?
Today, this has been around since the Obama administration. This administration released over 3 million pages of documents, over 3 million, and Donald Trump signed that law to release all of those documents.
So where are they?
He is the most transparent president in the nation's history.
Holy
and none
shit.
of them asked Merrick Garland over the last 4 years
What about Biden?
one word about Jeffrey Epstein. How ironic is that? You know why?
Here we go.
Because Donald Trump, the Dow right now is over. The Dow is over $50,000. I don't know why you're laughing. You're a great stock trader, as I hear, Raskin. The Dow is over 50,000
the Dow
right now.
The Dow?
S&P at almost 7,000.
Who cares?
And the NASDAQ smashing records.
Who
Americans'
fucking cares?
401ks and retirement savings
Unbelievable.
are booming. That's what we should be talking about. We should be talking about making.
That's not your job, you fucking bitch.
Talking about what does a Dow have to do with anything? That's what they just asked.
Yeah.
Are you kidding?
Yeah, what does it have to do with anything?
Mr. Jordan,
committee will be in order.
Unbelievable.
Mr. Jordan, am I going to get an extra 45 seconds added to my time?
Unbelievable.
Committee will be in order. The time belongs to the gentleman from Texas.
Unbelievable.
The Attorney General can respond.
Wow.
Thank you.
She's lost it.
The Dow has shattered 50,000 for the first time. This is crazy.
You wouldn't turn and apologize to the survivors because you're a fucking bitch. But now you want to talk about the economy?
National median rents have fallen to a 4-year low.
Unbelievable.
Thanks to Donald Trump.
Jesus.
That's why they want to focus on Epstein and our most transparent president in the nation's history. The murder rate is.
Do you think survivors of child rape give a fuck about the stock market?
Low, thanks to Donald Trump.
Jesus Christ.
For an unprecedented,
shit.
9 straight months, there were 0 illegal border crossings at the southern border.
Another lie.
That's what we should be focused on.
Fucking
all the
lie.
great work that this president has done
Unbelievable.
and will continue to do to keep America safe and to make Americans safe.
Unbelievable.
Thank you, Attorney General Bondi. I agree with you totally. I think you've done a fine job. I think that Democrats, in fact, should be apologizing to the Epstein victims for doing nothing during the 4 years that they were running the government. We did not hear about this, and it took you and President Trump to finally provide transparency and give answers to the American people, and I want to thank you for that. I want to thank you also for standing up for truth today and for fighting back against the theatrics and the time waste that you will endure over the next hour or two. I want to apologize on behalf of my colleagues on the left.
Lance Gooden, Texas 5th District, Garland, Mesquite, Athens, and Mineola. Lance Gooden.
You have to go through that, and I would like to yield the last, I'd say 40, even 40 is 80 seconds. The clock says 40, but I've got 80 seconds since I was so rudely interrupted, and I'll give all 80 seconds to Chairman Jordan.
And I would just yield to the Attorney General if she has anything to add.
I'm fine to continue. Thank you, Chairman.
All right. The chair now recognizes, the gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would note that Mr. Nadler's question has not yet been answered, but I want to start by asking that out of respect for the American public and the Epstein survivors, some of whom, of course, are here today, that we can have a transparent conversation and get the public the answers they deserve. I want to briefly direct your attention to 2 documents I'm hoping we will put up on the screen. In the first, an individual emails
San
Jeffrey
Jose, Gilroy, and
Epstein
Salinas,
asking whether a woman identified as M was pro or civilian, and Epstein responds that she was a civilian, Russian, and fun. In the second email, Epstein writes to Steve Tisch about a Ukrainian girl, noting that she was, quote, a little freaked out by the age difference and stating that he would try to convince her not to return to Ukraine. He then instructs Mr. Tisch to call him, adding, I don't like records of these conversations. So I'd like to ask a straightforward question that really is either a yes or no answer. Do these emails constitute credible evidence, not proof, but credible evidence warning further investigation into whether Steve Tisch was involved in Epstein's criminal conduct? Do you think yes or no?
Good question.
I'm not going to play a yes-no game with you, but I will answer the question to the best of my ability. As I said, we will look and investigate any case involving any victim.
So have you?
I'm not familiar. There were 3 million pages, of course,
They're not familiar?
with that email. But of course, we will look into anything. The documents have been released, 3 million. The redacted versions, we left them open for all of you to come view. Have you? I believe you view them. If not, will you have some copies?
I'd like to.
But could I finish, please? I'm not being rude. Please.
I only have 5 minutes.
No, yeah, and I only have 30 seconds based on your filibustering.
You didn't give a yes or no answer. So let me just go further. Director Patel testified in this committee room that there was no credible information indicating that Epstein trafficked victims to anyone else.
Yes, he did.
And glancing at the documents, that's proofs that's not the case.
Exactly.
In July, your department issued a memo stating that it had conducted an exhaustive review of the Epstein files and concluded that no additional individuals would be charged. So I did go over to the Department of Justice yesterday. I would note that 400 and all our 35 members are in the House, and there's 4 computers. So it would take many months to actually have the time. I only had a few hours. I think the transparency argument is really kind of a sham because it's not really possible.
Whoa. Did you have to wait to get a computer?
It is not possible to really go in. I did, however, see a U.S. attorney information for the Southern District of New York indicating that there were additional survivors and probable co-conspirators. Other members of Congress have uncovered likely co-conspirators whose names were blocked out. Now, the Epstein File Transparency Act, which all but one member of this House voted for and the president signed, requires the department to release everything except that it needs to be redacted to protect the victims or an ongoing prosecution, which apparently there is none from the testimony we have received.
Good questions.
I am concerned that this act has not been fully complied with. When Director Patel came to the committee, he admitted that up to 1,000 FBI agents had gone through the files and redacted President Trump's name from them. And it's pretty clear that what has been transmitted from the FBI continues to redact President Trump's name, even though he is mentioned, thousands of times in these files. So I think the credibility of the department in terms of complying with the act has been damaged. And I think the department's credibility has been damaged in other ways. I think we all saw the horrible video of American citizens being killed by ICE agents in Minneapolis. And I think how the department has handled these cases raises a lot of doubt about the department. State and local police in Minnesota got a court order to get access to the crime scene to be sure evidence would be properly preserved by federal agents. But they took the agents defied the court order, and in a departure from general policy, the DOJ is not collaborating with state and local law enforcement on these homicides. So I really think that is a disgraceful approach to the homicides of American citizens, and really does nothing to bring credit to your department. And Mr. Chairman, I would yield back.
Gentlelady yields back.
May I answer?
Attorney General can respond.
I find it interesting that she keeps going after President Trump. the greatest president in American history. And if they could maintain their composure, this isn't a circus, this is a hearing.
Oh my God.
I find it interesting she keeps going after Donald Trump. She doesn't say how much money she took from Reid Hoffman, did you?
Here we go.
And nor did
Mr.
she
Chairman,
post
regular order, please.
She posted nothing on her X account, on her Twitter account during the Biden year.
Gentle lady.
Yet now, all of a sudden,
question
she's
asked.
going after
Committee will be in
order.
There was no question
Shame on
asked,
you.
Attorney General. She doesn't just get to
Committee will be in order.
I have a point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Committee will be in order.
Point of order, Mr.
Gentle
Chairman.
lady can state her point of order.
When a witness attacks...
Not a valid point of order. You got to state...
She hasn't completed her point of order yet. Please let her speak, Mr. Chairman. Let's have some regular order here.
Regular order is you got to state the rule. And
I am trying to make a point of order that the witness,
what rule are you referring to?
Without responding to a question, has attacked me personally. I think it's pathetic that she can't answer the questions and instead is attacking
that is not even close
members
to a
of the
point of
committee.
order. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Man.
In August of last year, I sent a letter to the Department of Justice asking for assistance in seeking compensation for the town of Lac du Flambeau. Town of Lac du Flambeau is my district, and your office replied that it was an ongoing matter and unable to comment on it, which I understand is just fine. But I want to set this up just as a reminder. So 3 years ago,
Rep. Tom Tiffany, Wisconsin 7th District, Wausau, Superior, and Minocqua.
and the temperature was 25 below zero. People had to park their cars at a neighbor's place, take the snowmobile across the lake to get their car, and then be able to drive into town. There were people 80 and 90 years old that could not.
I would just like to point out that questioning about things that she's done in her inabilities in her department, one of her answers was that Donald Trump is the greatest president in U.S. history. That was one of her responses.
Demanded compensation from the town. I would call it extortion. They ultimately got $600,000.
Yes, this is Republican
from
Tom
the
Tiffany
town of
from
Lac du
Wisconsin.
Flambeau. The unfortunate part, Mr. Chairman, is that the Biden administration took the side of the perpetrators.
Here we go.
Who closed those roads off, and the Biden administration made it clear to the town of Lac du Flambeau that we are not on your side in regards to this. Well, fortunately, there was a federal judge that said, no, this is wrong, what happened, and these roads should be left open. They should continue to be left open. My question to you is, are you willing to work with my office and with the town of Lac du Flambeau to further investigate this matter and seek compensation from the tribal government after their extortion of $600,000 from this little town in northern Wisconsin?
Congressman, you do a great job representing your district. And yes, we would more than welcome working with you, and we are familiar with that investigation.
Mr. Chairman, I would just add, we're highlighting these miscarriages of justice in the previous administration. This is just another one of those small examples, no different than the Catholic Diocese in Richmond and many others that you have retold so many times. But here's another instance of what they did to a small town and nearly bankrupted them as a result of it. Fortunately, there was a federal judge that saw through it and has fixed it. I want to move on to fraud enforcement. You've established a National Fraud Enforcement Division, is that correct?
Are you investigating the president, ma'am?
Yes, Congressman.
Cool.
Has this new division begun any investigations and getting after those individuals that have committed the rampant fraud we've seen, like in Minnesota?
Well, it's not only rampant in Minnesota, it's rampant throughout this country.
And the White House.
Much of it is in California, as
Mar-a-Lago,
you know, and other
Trump
places.
Tower.
Yes, we are working on it actively. Our criminal fraud division has been working on it. We are expanding.
What we're listening to is Pam Bondi, Attorney General of the United States. By the way, she represents the people, not the president. She's not the president. The position is not the president's lawyer. This is a glaze fest, what we're listening to here. Okay, this is her testimony. I'll try to navigate as to who's speaking and when. This is what I expected it to be. Going to try to give her cover to talk about fraud, to talk about Minneapolis, to talk about corruption, cartels, et cetera, et cetera. Meanwhile, survivors of the Epstein-Trump conspiracy is sitting behind her. She refused to apologize to. Tells you all you need to know.
Because of industrial scale fraud. It was an assistant United States attorney that said, this is industrial scale fraud that's going on in Minnesota at this point. I sent a letter to our governor in Wisconsin We're right across the border there. My district is only 20 miles from the city of Minneapolis. And I asked him to open the books for a federal audit on food stamps and Medicaid. Don't you think it would be a good idea for every governor to do that at this point?
Softball fucking question.
It protects the citizens, and I can't understand why that's not happening. And yes, I do think that's a great idea. It's happening around this country.
Protects the citizens? How about standing up and facing the citizens behind you and apologizing to them for you not protecting them? You fucking bitch.
He's amazing. I think you've met with him, you said, Chairman. When that is established, we're going to work on both sides of the aisle. That's what we want to do to stop fraud in every city, in every state, in this country. We will continue to fight for the American people.
So you would encourage every governor across the United States, after what we have seen in Minnesota, what we almost certainly know is happening in other states, you mentioned California, you would agree that every governor should avail themselves of federal resources to make sure that this industrial scale fraud is rooted out to protect the taxpayers of the United States. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Give me a fucking break.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I'd like to thank you for holding this hearing and holding it in a proper fashion as you have. Secondly, I'd like to thank all of the victims of the Epstein case who've come here to attend this hearing, for doing it and for being brave and trying to move this
is
justice
Steve Cohen
forward.
from Tennessee, Democrat from Tennessee, represents Memphis, Munford, and Covington.
I am from Memphis, General Bondi, and Memphis does have the task force there. The Memphis Safe Task Force has been operating in Memphis for several months, and we do have a Democratic Mayor, Paul Young, and he's not against the task force, but he is against ICE being in Memphis, and he's not in favor of the National Guard being in Memphis. And I concur with him on those positions. I think the DEA being there, the alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, the FBI, who have been in Memphis in other ways, having more people there is good for Memphis. Crime has gone down in Memphis, but it went down 25% before the task force got there under the direction of Mayor Young and Director Davis. Chief Davis.
Busted.
It's gone down about 15% more since then, and that's good. But I would like to comment that Mexico City's homicide rate has gone down 40% during the same time, when Memphis has only gone down 25%. And that's not necessarily because of the task force, although the mayor says he thinks it's helped. So I thank you for that.
Interesting.
You would agree, I presume, that violent crime in communities across our country is critically important, and that's why the task force is there. Is that not true?
Yes, and if I can just add to that, I think the surge, the FBI, our FBI under the leadership of Director Patel, came in and did a surge in Memphis.
Earlier.
Prior to the task force. And thank you for saying that about Mayor Young. He's been great to work with, and thank you.
He's a good guy.
He's a very good guy. One
problem I've got with where we are in priorities here. A recent Department of Justice, National Institute of Justice report based on arrest records in Texas and in California found that undocumented immigrants were less than half as likely as U.S.-born Americans to be arrested for homicide.
Correct.
And this pattern holds for assault, sexual assault, robbery, burglary, theft, and arson.
Correct.
Half as likely to be arrested for drug offenses.
Correct.
So I ask you, and I've written to you about this, there are TV ads that run that say to local law enforcement, specifically, are you tired of having your hands handcuffed because you can't do the things you wanted to do when you joined? And if you want to do something different, join ICE and you'll get a $50,000 bonus, and we'll pay off your debts, student debts, and we'll help you with pensions, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So they're encouraging local law enforcement to leave local law enforcement and go to work for ICE. We need people working in the front lines of local law enforcement to protect our citizens from the worst of the worst.
Good question.
The worst of the worst are not the immigrants.
Good
the worst
question.
of the worst records show are native-born Americans.
Good question.
And they are committing crimes that hurt our citizens and our cities.
Great
You're
question.
working against it, and thank you for that. But by trying to get our local law enforcement, where we have an undercount of officers in Memphis, to leave Memphis and go to work for ICE to deport people is a wrong priority. Why are we trying to get people, policemen who are working on the front lines, to leave the front lines, take the $50,000 and go to work for ICE and instead of working to fight the worst of the worst?
Congressman, I have not yet seen that commercial, that ad. I would argue that we need strong people in both local law enforcement, state law enforcement, and all of our federal agencies working together. I've seen some of the worst violent criminals who were in this country illegally. We both know that. And in Memphis, working hand in hand, I want to stick with Memphis and your mayor and what you discussed, because there have been nearly 6,000 arrests as of February 8th, and I think you agree with this, in your district, and almost 600 gang members. What we found in Memphis, a lot of the gangs are local gangs, but 600 gang members were taken off the streets.
Because I've only 40 seconds. I'm going to agree with you.
Yeah.
I thank you for that.
And 148 missing children were recovered by all of us working together.
Not the question.
And nearly 1,000 illegal guns were seized as a result of us working together.
What's an illegal gun?
Disagree with some of the things you said, but there are questions about those children. But it's a different thing. The fact is, ICE is running rampant, and you are not investigating them. When they killed Mr. Prete, and Miss Good, that was an execution, and you did not investigate it. And you tried to investigate her, Miss Good's widow, and you tried to investigate Mr. Prete. They were executed like Kristi Noem executed her dog. And that was wrong. And you should investigate those people, and you should investigate anybody that uses a weapon, federal official or not, for civil rights violations. I yield back the balance.
Gentleman yields back his time. Madam Attorney General, anytime you need a break, just let us know. If not, we'll just keep going. The chair is now recognized for 5 minutes. Madam Attorney General, you're not allowed to exercise your constitutional rights in a way that tramples on someone else's, are you?
No.
No, you can't do that. I mean, you have a right to petition the government under the First Amendment. That doesn't mean you can come into this room and start screaming at Mr. Raskin or me or anybody else and disrupt a congressional hearing. You have a right to protest on the street, but that doesn't give you a right to go into the Capitol and disrupt Congress. Something these guys talk about every day.
Right.
Can't do that. So when Don Lemon said that he was exercising his First Amendment free press rights, freedom of the press rights, that's not really accurate, because he was trampling on other individuals' rights.
No, he wasn't.
Is that true?
No, he was not. It's a fucking lie.
Chairman, we will always protect our churches and the freedom of religion.
Really?
And yes, that's accurate.
First right mentioned under the First Amendment, freedom of religion. Freedom to practice your faith the way you think the good Lord wants you to.
So we're not a Christian nation, right?
Under the federal government.
And isn't it true that Mr. Lemon met at a shopping center with the rioters who entered City's Church in St. Paul, met with them prior to marching to the church?
And?
He did meet, and this is a pending case right now, so I will only stick to what is in the four corners of the unsealed indictment, if I could, Chairman.
Yeah, I'm
There's a lot more that will come out.
Right.
But under the four corners of the indictment.
Got it.
Yes, he did. They had an operation called Operation Pull Up.
He didn't.
They said they were gearing for a resistance.
Wrong.
They met in a parking lot and they caravaned.
Wrong. He's a journalist. He got a tip they were doing this. He followed them in, exercising his First Amendment right as a member of the press. Let's talk about Miss Gonzalez, who went to a church that supported the LGBTQIA community and disrupted them. Are they being investigated? You fucking bitch. Probably not.
He was in Minnesota, and that, as you said, they were gearing up for an operation. So you can't do that. This is why this is, I think, so important that this guy be held accountable, and I think why you guys have charged him and indicted him. Moving to the second subject here.
And his case is going to get dismissed. You know it is.
Will John Brennan be indicted?
For what?
Mr. Brennan lied to the committee, which you're not supposed to do. Last Congress, when we deposed him, he definitely, 18 U.S.C. 1001, we're all familiar with it. He lied to the committee, and the Congress, and I think the country would like to know.
Did he?
If, in fact, he's going to be indicted for lying. And here's why it's so important. I'll give you a chance to respond. Here's why it's so important. It wasn't just that he lied to us. It's what he lied to us about.
What?
He lied to us about when all this weaponization against the President of the United States started.
Oh, my God.
Lied to us about the dossier. And specifically, what role the dossier played in the intelligence community assessment. Because we know back when President Trump was first elected, first term, this is when it all started, which led to the Mueller and to the impeachment and to the Jack Smith and all the stuff that's happened in the last decade. But it began here, and he lied to Congress about the role he played. And I just want to read a couple of things he said during that deposition before I give you a chance to respond. Mr. Brennan, when asked a question, said the CIA was not involved at all with the dossier. He said it was their purview, FBI's purview, and not ours. He also said the CIA was very much opposed to having any reference or inclusion of the Steele dossier in the intelligence community assessment.
Okay.
That's interesting because declassified information that was declassified this past summer by the CIA says something entirely different. It says, Brennan, I want to put this one up if we have it. It says, Brennan ultimately formalized his position in writing, stating that, quote, this is released by the CIA Director Ratcliffe. My bottom line is that what I believe that information warrants inclusion in the report. He was further asked by an CIA official. The same officer said,
what?
When he approached the director and asked, and that the director refused to remove it after being explained this wasn't good.
So?
With the dossier's many flaws, he said,
okay.
Yes, but doesn't it ring true?
Okay, cool.
So this is John Brennan using that document to change intelligence community assessment, which I think led to all the stuff we've seen over the last decade.
Okay. Great.
And I think this committee in the country, Congress in the country, would like to know.
Cool. Great.
If Mr. Brennan's going to be indicted.
Okay, cool. Great. Throw him in jail. Who gives a fuck? Moving on.
What I can confirm is that we have received a referral from you, Chairman Jordan.
Oh, of course.
To investigate John Brennan. His attorneys have made some public statements, but the department is still bound, of course, by our longstanding policy of not discussing matters. What I will say today, I can't confirm nor deny whether there is a pending investigation, but what I will say is no one is above the law.
Oh!
Weaponization has ended.
No one is above the law?
Point of order, Mr.
Weaponization has ended?
Gentleman from New York is recognized for a point of order.
If we want to know whether Mr. Brennan will be indicted, you should just ask the president.
Yeah, good point.
Point of order, but
good point, Dan Goldman.
Trying to make it one. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Bondi, it's been reported that there were at one point 1,000 personnel assigned to the task of
This is Hank Johnson, Democrat, Georgia's 4th District, Stonecrest, Chamblee, Peachtree Corners, and Duluth.
Files. Were those reports accurate?
I believe his name has appeared countless times in the documents that have been released. If I could finish, I'm going to read you the stats.
I just simply asked whether or not it was true that it was 1,000 folks who were assigned that task. Were those reports accurate?
There are more than 500 attorneys and reviewers. I cannot give you an exact number.
And I wanted to ask you about that also, because this is a different question that you're getting to now. There were 500 DOJ lawyers and others assigned the task of redacting the appropriate information, including identities of the Epstein victim survivors from the Epstein files prior to their release. 500, is that correct?
If I could have finished my answer, there were more than 500 attorneys and reviewers who assisted with the... They asked the question and they don't want an answer.
That answers my question, ma'am, and I'm going to move on. I'm going to move on.
General Bondi,
would you agree?
The time belongs to the gentleman from Georgia.
General Bondi, would you agree that your 8 years of service as the state of Florida's Attorney General, the third largest state in the nation, served as an excellent preparation for your current role as Attorney General for the United States of America?
Not only that, I was a career prosecutor for 18
years. And for
18 years.
And for 18 years,
he asked a question and doesn't want an answer. This is theatrics.
Well, no, for 18 years,
you're right about that, Pam.
It's serious fucking theatrics. Felony cases, including drug cases, correct?
Oh, I prosecuted homicides. I prosecuted capital cases. I prosecuted domestic violence cases. I prosecuted multiple cases, and that's why I feel for all of these victims. And did you ask Merrick Garland this when you were sitting before him, sir?
You also prosecuted sexual assault cases and child sex trafficking cases, correct?
I answered that question earlier.
Okay.
I've prosecuted
All right.
multiple
Well,
cases.
so
when I
bottom
was
line,
a prosecutor,
bottom
if I
line,
can
you're an
answer the question,
experienced and seasoned.
for 18
you're an
years.
Mr. Chairman, will you remind her of the rules? The time belongs to the member of the committee.
You
I think
are
I've said that a few
seasoned
times.
and experienced prosecutor, correct?
Yes.
I think we've established that.
Yes or no?
Does he want an answer or not?
I think he wants to
When
say
I
I want a
answer,
yes
I
or
get
no
cut off.
answer.
I think he wants to say
I want a
that.
yes or no
I
answer,
can-
but
yeah, I can
I'll
explain my
live with what you
experience. I'd
have
be
already
love to
said.
explain
Let
my
me ask
experience.
you. Let me ask you this questions.
Clearly,
In
you
the
don't have any.
prosecution of sexual assault cases, you are acutely aware of how important it is to protect the identity of victims of sexual assault, correct?
I have addressed this multiple times. I think others were cutting me off when I was trying
Well,
to.
I just simply asked, are you aware of the fact that it's vitally important to protect the identity of sexual assault victims as you prosecute the people they accuse of assaulting them? Isn't that correct?
Excuse me. As we have said multiple times,
Protection of the
protection
identity
of all victims
of the victims
are
is
protected.
so very
You are
important.
protected under. Do you want me to answer or do you want to interrupt?
Well, because you're not answering the question. You do a Jekyll and Hyde kind of routine around here. And I just want you to answer my questions.
What does Jekyll and Hyde mean? Can you
Well, it
explain
means
that?
you're nice to the
Explain that.
Republicans and you turn like Hyde on Democrats. But let me ask you this, ma'am.
Yes.
We have the Epstein victim survivors here today. Representative Jayapal asked a simple question. If you would be so kind and honorable as to turn around and face them and apologize to them for outing them. I mean, how many lives have been derailed because your department was either sloppy and incompetent or willfully trying to intimidate and punish these ladies
Your time
for
is
coming
up.
forward?
Which
was it?
The time of the gentleman has expired. The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin for 5 minutes.
Damn.
Attorney General Bond.
That was Hank Johnson, Democrat from, what happened to the stream here? Hang on a second.
Think of your liver as.
Looks like they made a little, might have been a glitch with the stream. Stand by, folks.
Just a few years
Here we
ago,
go,
were
it's back.
openly supporting strong immigration
Mr. Fitzgerald
enforcement
from
after witnessing
Wisconsin,
criminal
Wisconsin
illegal
6th District, Waukesha, West Bend, and Watertown. Scott Fitzgerald, Republican.
I have a short video I just wanted to play.
Of immigrants. We're also a nation of laws.
Immigrants, Barack Obama.
Undocumented workers broke our immigration laws. And I believe that they must be held accountable.
Okay.
Committed a crime, deport them. No questions asked, they're gone.
Okay, cool.
No great nation
Joe Biden
can be in a position where they can't control their borders.
Okay, fine.
To address the issue of immigration and the challenge we have of undocumented people in our country, we certainly don't want any more coming in.
Every place in this country are rightly disturbed by the large numbers of illegal aliens entering our country.
Okay.
The jobs they hold might otherwise be held by citizens or legal immigrants.
Okay.
The public service they use impose burdens on our taxpayers.
Okay.
That's why our administration has moved aggressively to secure our borders more by hiring a record number of new border guards, by deporting twice as many criminal aliens as ever before, by cracking down on illegal hiring, by barring welfare benefits to illegal aliens.
Illegal immigration is wrong, plain and simple. When we use phrases like undocumented workers, we convey a message to the American people that their government is not serious about combating illegal immigration, which the American people overwhelmingly oppose. If you don't think it's illegal, you're not going to say it. I think it is illegal and wrong.
Borders, my God.
Bernie.
You know, there's a lot of poverty in this world, and you're going to have people from all over the world, and I don't think that's something that we can do at this point. Can't do it.
Yes or no? Would you allow the cities to ignore the federal law?
No.
We simply cannot allow people to pour into the United States undetected, undocumented, unchecked, and circumventing the line of people who are waiting patiently, diligently, and lawfully to become immigrants
Anybody
in
want
this
to argue
country.
with that? Nobody's arguing with that. We just don't want ICE
So Attorney
fucking
General
killing
Bondi,
people.
What's the Trump administration, DOJ, doing to end the open border policies of the prior administration
What about Biden?
that saw dangerous drugs and criminal aliens flood our communities?
More fucking lies. Then why aren't you arresting them? Why are you killing
Congressman, President
US
Trump
citizens?
has worked tirelessly, as you know, to close our border, which is what the Democrats had asked for in that video. President Trump closed our borders on day one. He is protecting Americans. He is protecting our kids from the influx of drugs that were flowing into this country from Mexico. The fentanyl precursors that were coming from China. These precursors were taken from China into Mexico. And in Mexico, they were mixed and freely taken right into our country, along with gang members, MS-13, TDA, freely coming into our cities around our country, thanks to Joe Biden's open border policies. That has stopped under Donald Trump. It will no longer happen under this administration, and he is doing everything to keep Americans safe. And let me continue. When he was elected overwhelmingly by the American people, the majority of the American people wanted Donald Trump. One of the main reasons was border security and keeping Americans safe. And that's exactly what he did. And that's why today the other side sits here, they yell, they cut me off, they want to yell, they want to ask a question and don't want answers because they want to distract from all the great things that this president and this administration working hand in hand.
All the great schmurder, all the great racism, all the great pedophilia, all the great destruction of our economy, all the great destruction of NATO, our alliances across the world, all that shit, right? Cool.
Because the American people are smarter than that, and they see through their theatrics.
Yeah, because your boss thinks only
Thank you. Just quickly,
smart people don't like him.
Yesterday, Senator Grassley reached out to my office to tell me that I was one of the 20 members that was now disclosed were under surveillance from Jack Smith.
Not surveillance.
This brings up the question of non-disclosed orders and whether or not they should apply.
You were not under surveillance, dipshit. Your phone records, your tolling records were received, which is legal. You were not under surveillance. You're not important. Shut the fuck up.
Time is, the gentleman's expired, but the gentlelady can respond.
As I stated earlier, Congressman, anyone's records who were illegally obtained, Democrat or Republican, we will fight vigorously to stop that.
They were not
anything with Arctic
illegally
Frost,
obtained.
I can't discuss.
A
Right.
subpoena
And isn't it
was
true, Madam Attorney
requested.
General, the DOJ has changed their policy?
A subpoena was requested and granted, and they got the phone records. Not illegal. Stop fucking lying, you fucking bitch.
Itself tells you why this, how wrong it was. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California.
Yeah, whose DOJ changed the fucking policy? The Trump DOJ. Shocker.
That President Trump was mentioned and the release countless times, you said,
Eric Swalwell,
in the Epstein files.
Democrat, California.
I just want to play a video, though, for you that I think speaks to the frustration that many of these victims have. Of times Trump's name appears in the files, so it could at least be 1,000 times. Is that right?
The number is a total misleading factor. We have not released anyone's name that we have not released anyone's name in the Epstein files that has not been credible.
Director, could it at
we have
least be 1,000
released
times?
every piece of legally permissible information.
Okay,
you can
so-
characterize the numbers however you want it.
Claiming my time, Director. It sounds like if you don't know the number, it could at least be 1,000 times. Which
It's not.
leads me-
It's not.
Is it at least 500 times?
No.
Is it at least 100 times?
No.
Then what's the number?
I don't know the number.
I understand why the victims are frustrated, and the Attorney General acknowledged what Mr. Patel would not acknowledge, that it was way more than 1,000 times. But I want to move, Madam Attorney General, to weaponization of government. And yesterday it was reported that 6 members of Congress had indictments sought against him, and they were not returned by a grand jury. My colleagues have spoken about their frustration of being in subpoenas and having cell phone records combed through. Well, in 2017 and 2018, Adam Schiff and I had our cell phone records and email records combed through, not by you, but a different Department of Justice under the president. It was in retaliation for our role in the Russia interference campaign. An Inspector General report would find this improper and that the predicate for it was absurd. In 2020, after sitting on two committees that were a part of the president's first impeachment, an FBI agent leaked my cooperation in a national security case where my campaign was targeted. The president's FBI senior leadership authorized 2 statements to the press that said I was never suspected of wrongdoing and only helped the investigation. But that didn't stop the death threats or my GOP colleagues from referring me to an ethics investigation where Kevin McCarthy's chairman on the ethics committee would find the same thing as the FBI. Our current FBI director would then write a book called Government Gangsters and identify a long list of enemies. About a quarter of them have been either investigated or indicted.
What do you know?
He listed me at the very top, along with Adam Schiff, and during that same testimony, refused to recuse himself when asked if he would recuse if any case came across his desk involving me or people on that list. Since that testimony, his department has put me under investigation with Senator Schiff for the nonsense mortgage fraud cases that we've seen. I get it. This is what the president does. I've priced it in. We have a bingo card at home that my kids have made of what will come next. I expected that the president would come after his enemies. But what I want to talk to you next is serious, and I did not expect this would happen, and I'd like your help on it. The president has inspired death threats against me and many sitting up here with me. In June 2025, an individual left 11 voicemails at my district office. On the voicemails, they said, get the message to him. I'm going to hunt him down, that motherfucker, and toss his ass over the Golden Gate Bridge by my fucking self. Donald Trump's Department of Justice in the Northern District of California declined to prosecute.
Interesting.
On May 14, 2025, on Twitter, responding to something I posted, an individual said, no, it wasn't Eric, and now I'm going to kill you. The Department of Justice from the Southern District of Texas declined to prosecute. May through December of 2025, we received messages at my office that said, I hope somebody shoots you and your children and your wife in the head. Pew, pew, motherfucker, pew, pew. I would stay indoors as much as possible, and my children, unfortunately, have to do that. The Department of Justice has not charged this individual and cited that he's a prolific caller and has health conditions, although what we have found in our own investigation and his voicemails is that he has said he will employ others to do this. The president can come after me. It's fine. I'm in the arena. So are these folks. But we never expected that the Department of Justice would not seek to prosecute and investigate those who are making threats against us. And that would include those on that side of the aisle. And I'm just asking for your help to protect life, because life is at risk with the environment we're in right now.
Congressman, I completely agree with you. I know about several of those personally involving you. I believe one has been charged publicly, and there's something I would be happy to talk to you about off camera.
Of course.
But I can assure you that they are very serious.
Right.
They are being looked into.
How are they?
And I can give you more details on those. None of you should be threatened, ever. None of your children should be threatened. None of your families should be threatened. And I will work with, you can come into my office any day. I will work with all of you on both sides of the aisle if you are ever threatened. And I'll gladly talk to you after this hearing about your cases. But I can tell you some of them are very active.
Appreciate that. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and we're sorry for what the gentleman and his family have had to go through.
You're sorry?
We appreciate what the Attorney General said.
Piece of shit. Fuck
I think
you.
Some of the things that the
enabled this
gentleman
crap.
from California related.
Fuck you.
It's unfortunate.
It's because of the fucking president, the guy that you're glazing every fucking day. Fuck you.
With that,
Give me a fucking break.
The gentleman from
Jesus
New Jersey,
Christ.
Mr. Van Drew.
Jeff
Thank you,
Andrew, this
Chairman.
guy's a tool. New Jersey.
I don't know where to begin. Thank you for being here, General. Right, see me when I'm right in front of you. I have to mention this first. You know, I used this word before, and my friends on the other side of the aisle got mad at me, but hypocrisy.
Jeff Drew.
Epstein.
Yeah, dude.
But for years on the other side of the aisle, we heard nothing.
What
Crickets.
about
Not
Biden?
a word. Nothing was said when they were in control.
Great. You're in control now.
Nothing
So
was
fix it.
mentioned basically the last summer, and the ranking member points out that he did do something last year. Yeah, he did a letter complaining about the plea deal for Maxwell, but it wasn't a big deal. Then we get a new administration, and all of a sudden it's a big deal, and they feign concern.
Well, it's because your boss ran on it. I'm going to expose the cabal, you dumb shit.
Stacey Plaskett, and we all know that name when they had a congressional hearing, Democratic member.
Throw her in jail.
We're taking texts from Epstein.
Does anybody have an issue with Stacey Plaskett being investigated? If there's criminality, throw her in jail? I don't. Don't give a shit.
Epstein was using her Democratic colleague as a tool to go after President Trump. Just everybody keep that in mind. And then we talk about ICE and how horrible it is. And there are concerns. Everybody wants everything to go right. Nobody ever wants to see somebody die. And they complain about it. But at the same time, hypocrisy, they encourage constituents to go after the ICE agents. To challenge them, to hurt them, to attack them.
Fucking lie.
And that doesn't make sense. That's hypocrisy. And then we hear about the concern of, going after Democrats, that the legal system, that judiciary and Department of Justice is going after Democrats. But they literally rework the legal system under Alvin Bragg and Letitia James.
Oh my God.
Go after Republicans and those sympathetic to Republicans. So, I mean, be careful when you accuse others that you're not guilty yourself.
Everybody say it with me for criminal Republicans. Aw, maybe stop criming. Maybe stop committing fucking crimes.
Aw. We had over 10 million illegal crossings in the past between 2020 and 24. Over 10 million. There's probably a much bigger number. I'm being conservative.
Sure, just
we were told that people weren't dangerous, but they were, General. They were dangerous, many of them. More than 300 individuals on the terror watch list during that time. Violent criminals came across, and we saw consequences where mothers and fathers, daughters and sons, children were raped, murdered,
Jesus Christ,
abused, beaten, trafficked,
all
from drugs.
River.
My God, the drugs they brought into our babies in this country.
The drugs.
73,000 illegals with criminal histories, 20,000 with convictions of assault, robbery, and sex offenses. 13,000 convicted murderers in our beautiful country. 15,000 convicted sexual assault offenders. It was madness. It was insanity.
Was it?
It's bizarre. It's perverse.
Okay.
What in God's name were you doing? So we finally are cleaning this up now. We're finally trying to make it right and safe for our people. So my questions are this. General, do you believe in removing criminal illegal aliens from our communities will save American lives?
Yes, and given the cases that you just discussed, that's proof of it every single day. President Trump is committed to that. This entire cabinet is committed to that and making and keeping Americans safe.
Then why are 70% of those
Would you agree that, and thank you for doing that, would you agree that allowing individuals with known criminal histories to enter and remain in the United States?
So this is an appeal to emotion, friends. So what will happen is that people on the right will take these things. I can't believe you guys don't want criminal, bad people locked up. We do. We do.
Instead of detained, and they were released over and over and over again. And these are the real issues. This is really what America cares about. They want their children and their families.
This is really what Americans care about? No, we don't. We care about locking up fucking predators who are raping and torturing kids. That's what we care about.
Agree that, I'm sorry.
And it did.
Fuck you fucking people.
Would you agree that cooperation between, and this is a biggie, and I'm going to ask you to elaborate on this. This is a big deal. This is why some of the problems we're seeing in some of the places like Minnesota are happening. That cooperation between federal and local enforcement, which we always used to have, helps remove violent offenders from our communities, that we should be a team.
I'd love to question her. You kidding me?
And can you elaborate on that a little bit? In other words, when the local enforcement is forced by the politicians, not their fault, not to do their job and not cooperate, why does it create the situations that we see where we have the need for crowd control? By the way, they're not peaceful. Those are not peaceful protesters. We know what a peaceful protester is. When you spit on law enforcement, when you push them, when you hit them, when you beat their car, if you can answer the question.
Beat their car?
Time's expired.
Beat their car?
Let me answer the question.
Thank you. Yes, I spent 4 days myself in Minnesota, in Minneapolis. What I will say about some of these sanctuary cities, some of these democratic cities, law enforcement, they quietly want to work with us. I've spoken to law enforcement in multiple cities who want to work with us. And yes, we're going to do everything we can to keep our citizens safe.
Really?
Whether or not
then apologize to the survivors that are standing right behind you. that you've not done a job protecting them. You still have a chance to do that, you fucking bitch.
Ms. Crockett from Texas is recognized for UC.
Thank you so much. Donald Trump's approval rating implodes on his strongest issue. This is from Newsweek today. It says 40% of people approve of Trump's handling of immigration and border security, while 60% disapprove.
Without objection,
that is a
admitted.
net drop.
Now I recognize the gentleman
20.
from California, Mr. Liu.
Love it. UC. That's a unanimous consent without objection. It gets entered to the record. That's what it's called.
Thank you, Attorney General Bondi, for being here today.
California Democrat.
I'm going to show you two photos.
Pulls no punches.
I'm going to show you two photos of former Prince Andrew. Prince Andrew attended various parties with Jeffrey Epstein.
We've all seen the pictures.
Under the law Congress passed, you were allowed to redact photos to protect the victims of Epstein's sex trafficking operation. You redacted the photos of this victim's face because you were following the congressional law. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, that we redacted the victim's
Because you were
face?
following the congressional law, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You have now established that please put the photos back up, that we are looking at a sex trafficking victim. Under the Federal Victims Trafficking Protection Act, not only is Jeffrey Epstein guilty, but anyone who patronizes Epstein's sex operation is also guilty of a crime. That's why I find it absolutely despicable that you sought to protect Epstein's clients, like former Prince Andrew.
Correct.
Last July, you closed the case on Epstein's abusers. The July 2025 memo from your Department of Justice stated, quote, "We did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties." These two photos, please put the photos back up. These two photos staring you in the face are evidence of a crime and more than enough evidence to predicate an investigation against former Prince Andrew. So I ask you, Attorney General Pam Bondi, why did you shut down this investigation last July, and why have you not prosecuted former Prince Andrew?
I don't believe you asked Merrick Garland these questions when he was Attorney General and stuff before.
I agree with you.
You tried.
Claim my time. I agree with you. I agree with you. During the Biden administration, I called for people looking at Epstein files. Merrick Garland dropped the ball, as did Attorney General Bill Barr, as did Alex Acosta, a whole string of failures. But you are in charge. You have the power to change things, to hold these men accountable, and you're doing the opposite. You're protecting them. So I want to move on to another man.
Can I answer
Donald
that,
Trump.
though?
I want to move on to another
Can I answer your question about protecting
You answered the question.
You're saying no. I love this.
I want to discuss another man, Donald Trump, who is all over the Epstein files, like former Prince. Here's a video.
It's the famous video of Trump and Epstein together in a club, dancing, celebrating. I know where his line of questioning is going here. Anybody connected to this based on federal law?
Former Prince Andrew, Donald Trump attended various parties with Jeffrey Epstein.
Correct.
I want to know, were there any underage girls at that party or at any party that Trump attended with Jeffrey Epstein?
This is so ridiculous.
And
that they are trying to deflect from all the great things Donald Trump has done.
Here we go.
There is no evidence.
Here we go.
That Donald Trump has committed a crime.
How do you know?
Everyone knows that.
Really?
This has been the most transparent presidency.
Wow.
He's the one that asked that those files.
I reclaim my time.
Wow.
I got your answer. You said there's no evidence.
Trump asked
Chairman, please stop the clock.
Answer the question.
This is
Time
belongs to the gentleman from California.
Okay. I'm going to put up another document.
Interesting.
A witness who called the FBI's National Threat Operations Center, because I believe you just lied under oath.
She did.
There is ample evidence in the Epstein file.
Don't you ever accuse me of a crime.
I believe you just lied under oath, and this is all on videotape. You said there's no evidence of a crime. I'm showing you. Here is a witness statement who called into the FBI's Threat Operations Center. He drove Donald Trump around in a limo. He overheard what Donald Trump said to Jeffrey on his cell phone. He was so angry, he was going to stop the limo and hurt Donald Trump. and he met a girl who said she was raped by Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. She later had her head blown off. The officers at the scene said that could not have been suicide. No one at the Department of Justice interviewed this witness. You need to interview this witness immediately. Epstein should rot in hell. So should the men who patronized his operation.
Busted.
And as we say here today, there are over 1,000 sex trafficking victims, and you have not held a single man accountable. Shame on you. If you had any decency, you would resign right after this hearing concludes.
The gentleman has expired.
May I respond?
Yeah, I don't know how you respond. No one can.
I did not ask a question, Ms.
He
You're allowed to.
I did not ask a question.
Crime in California.
Here we
He does
go.
not want to talk about
I did not ask a
crime
question.
in
Here we
his
go.
state.
Here we go.
I did not ask a question.
Meeting will be
Here
in
we
order.
go.
Gentleman has yielded back his time. I think our next witness will be more than happy to let the Attorney General.
Madam Attorney General, would you like to?
Gentleman from Alabama is recognized for 5 minutes.
You have a few minutes to respond.
Thank you, Congressman. This is what Congressman Liu didn't want to talk about. He didn't want to talk about all the crime that is happening in his state. California refuses.
Guys, we're gonna stay with this. For those of you who want to stick with us, I move my meetings. I want to continuing coverage of Pam Bondi, the lying skank's testimony.
Has released 4,561 criminal illegal aliens onto its street. The crimes of these aliens include 31 homicides, 661 assaults, 574 burglaries, 184 robberies, 1,489 dangerous drug offenses, 379 weapons offenses, and 234 sexual predator offenses. That's why they are deflecting. That's why they're trying to talk about the Epstein files.
Really?
That's currently happening in his home state.
Attorney General, thank you for being here, and I want to make sure you have time to respond. I'm going to change gears a little bit.
Jesus Christ.
In October, when you were testifying before the Senate, I know you and my friend Senator Katie Britt discussed concerns.
Representative Barry Moore, Republican from Alabama's 1st District, Mobile, Bruton, Enterprise, Dothan,
And I believe
Republican
that
Barry
many
Moore.
parents in the country share our similar concerns. Can you provide an update on DOJ's work in this space over the past few months?
Yes, and thank you for bringing that up. We're talking about the vapes. And this should be an issue where both sides of the aisle can work together on. Parents need to understand, children need to understand that so many of these are being manufactured in China, sent to our country, and have the potential to be laced with lethal drugs. We've seen an overdose. We need to get on the front end of this before we have another crisis and children are dying. I've partnered with Secretary Kennedy, of course, at HHS on this matter.
Yeah.
But thank you for bringing it up.
Okay.
You know, they're selling these things as flavored vapes illegally in many stores around the country. Secretary
Not the vapes and not Bad Bunny singing in Spanish. Oh no!
It was sadly the day that Charlie Kirk was assassinated. And so it didn't get a lot of attention, nor should it have after that happened. But yes, we're continuing to work on that, and thank you for bringing that up. That's happening in all of our states, and I would ask everyone here, I know Congresswoman Ross was just nodding, it's happening in every state. And not only are they laced with THC, many of these vapes, but they could be laced with fentanyl. We have had a child, I wish I could think of the state it was in.
Use some THC, like Pam.
And we have to get together on this, and we have to get on the front end of this. And I would love to work across the aisle on this to protect our kids. How many school kids do you see now vaping? And it's not only, I believe a vape has 20 cigarettes, but you know, that's one vape is 20 cigarettes, I believe it is, but also what they could be laced with, because so many of them, the majority of them, are manufactured in China.
Sure, and if you need additional resources, please let us know as you're going through the process. And then I'm going to change gears one more time on you. Under the Biden administration, there was a lot of confusion.
What about Biden?
or a lot of confusion created when parts of the DOJ began treating software developers like financial institutions. Even when they did not hold or control anyone's money, they were simply building the technology.
What?
That uncertainty made it harder for Americans to build, innovate here at home. Earlier this year, the Deputy Attorney General issued a memo entitled Ending Regulations by Prosecution, a clear break from the Biden administration's approach. And I think it's important that that's a good step in the right direction. But can you talk a bit about how the DOJ is now putting that memo into practice, especially when it comes to making sure that people are just writing the software and don't control the user's funds, we don't want them treated as an unlicensed money, or they're not money transmitters. So
yes, and we're doing everything.
Lost the sound. Hang on a second. C-SPAN's having trouble with their stream. No comment. Hang on a second.
Gentleman yields back. As gentleman from Arizona for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a number of UCs.
Gentleman can proceed.
Thank you. Bombshell new docs show Trump called police about Epstein in 2006.
Objection.
Yeah, we got
Kamala
that
Harris
one.
defends Biden administration decision not to release Epstein files.
Objection.
Why weren't they released during the Biden administration?
Objection.
Fair.
House Democrat Stacey Plaskett exchanged texts with Epstein during 2019 congressional hearing.
Ooh.
Objection.
New York judge allows Epstein victims' claims against Plaskett to proceed.
Okay.
Objection.
Hakeem Jeffries solicited funding from Epstein in 2013.
Did not.
After financier was convicted child sex offender.
Did not. That's a lie.
Jeffrey Epstein was invited to dim fundraising dinner and to get to know Hakeem Jeffries by firm working with Brooklyn's Barack.
Again, total fucking lie.
An email from Leslie Groff to Jeffrey Epstein concerning Hakeem Jeffries fundraising. Epstein file says Biden was replaced in 2019, question mark?
Without objection.
Thank you.
Cool.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized. Mr. Kraft.
Whatever.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Ms. A.G. Bondi. I agree with you. Our top priority should be protecting Americans. In my past life in the California State Legislature, I did a lot of work on
Lou Correa, Democrat Rep. Lou Correa, 46th District, California, represents Anaheim, Orange, and Santa Ana.
The challenge to solving sex crimes is reporting them. Victims have to have the guts to stand up to report those sex crimes. But it's not easy. It's the most unreported sex crime there is. Crime there is sex crimes. It's painful, humiliating. A lot of time the victims don't think anything's going to come out of their reporting these crimes. Then we have adults who as children were molested, boys and girls who will live in silence for the rest of their life. I believe the Epstein files are just one of many sex rings, sex crimes taking place in our society today. I hear 1,200 Epstein victims. Some additional victims as young as 9 to 10 years old. The challenge I have today, what bothers me today about this hearing, Madam AG, is what's the message we're sending out there on Main Street? Shouldn't ask a question I don't know an answer to, but I'm going to ask the victims behind you right now. First, can you please stand up? And then, can you please raise your hand?
I don't like there being used as props.
If you think after everything you've heard today,
I don't like it.
You feel that our AG, the feds, have your back. Do we have your back? Raise your hand if you're confident that we got your back. And that's the issue, Madam AG. We've got to make sure that victims stand up and report the crimes. Otherwise, we're going to be taking a step backwards. Today,
I don't like they're being used as props. I'm glad they're there. I just don't like they're being used as props.
People to be hurt, attacked sexually. These are the areas I'd welcome the opportunity to work with you on. It's not your problem. It's not my problem. It's our problem. But to have redacted files that are not showing us the names of these predators is wrong. These are very powerful people. This was a very expensive business. And we don't know who they are. I would imagine they're very prominent Republicans, very Republican Democrats, and we are covering up for them. We got to know what's going on out there, Madam AG. It looks like you want to say something. I'm going to give the opportunity to address my statement.
I look forward to working with you on any crimes involving child sex predators, children, and also cyber crimes. Really? That is a tremendous problem now throughout our country. AI, you are correct. Jesus AI Christ. Is causing great problems online we're working on that though. AI is an incredible tool, but it also can be fraught with peril with victims of crime. I've experienced that with someone I know who we've been trying to help. I look forward, though, to working with you on that and all cyber crimes. Can I?
Please, go ahead.
And as I said before, to any victims, we ask them to come forward to our office, and we want to work with them. I have never not worked with a victim, and I believe I've actually spoken to several of them.
Madam, if I can reclaim my time, I only have a minute.
You're fucking lying.
I can reclaim my time. I just think we start out by making sure those redactions are unredacted, those Epstein files, to make sure that the public, according to the law, following the law,
unreal,
that those names in those files are made public. We have to make sure we tell those predators there is no place for them to hide, and if they commit the crime, they're going to fry for it. It starts with showing us the names of the perpetrators in the Epstein files.
Impeach her now. Impeach her.
May I respond to that?
Sure.
Okay. So,
impeach her.
If any man's name was redacted that should not have been, we will, of course, unredact it.
Will you?
If a victim's name was unredacted, please bring it to us and we will redact it. We were given 30 days to review and
fucking year.
Redact and unredact millions of pages of documents. Our error rate is very low.
The victims are right behind you. We've got to convince them that we're doing a good job of protecting them.
Victims. We will do everything we can.
Chair, I'm out of time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Madam Attorney General. I wanted to return to a point that the chairman raised at the beginning of this hearing, which is these jurisdictions that refuse to honor detainer requests from Immigration and Customs Enforcement, often called sanctuary jurisdictions.
Kevin Kiley, Republican, California, 3rd District, Roseville, Auburn, Folsom, and Lake Tahoe.
Operations per se, but you do deal with the legal issues surrounding these jurisdictions.
Kevin Kiley, by the way, was just one of the Republicans who voted to stop the president from using the power of the tariff. So he may be a swing voter or swing vote somewhere.
That individual is in detention in a jurisdiction that has a sanctuary policy where they do not honor ICE detainers versus in any other jurisdiction where they do. How does the nature of apprehending that person, how does the nature of ICE's involvement in that operation differ in those two circumstances?
Well, I believe you've seen that in Minnesota, where people were not cooperating with us. I believe there a lot of local law enforcement did want to cooperate, but we are doing everything in our power to arrest and deport illegal criminal aliens, and that is not going to stop under Donald Trump's administration.
Well, you're not.
You know why sanctuary cities are so dangerous? What we've seen in Minneapolis. Where do all the criminals go? The gangs, TDA, MS-13. Where are they going to go? They're going to go to a sanctuary jurisdiction because they believe they're protected, and that's not fair to the citizens of those cities.
Yeah, and this is a point that there at least used to be a lot of consensus on. The idea that, you know, it's better to do a handoff to the immigration authorities in a custodial setting rather than releasing them where they have to be apprehended in the community. This is Alejandro Mayorkas when he was before this committee, not exactly a paragon of border security, but he said, I do not consider it in the service of public safety to release an individual into the community when that individual can be released to Immigration and Customs Enforcement for prompt removal. Now, his words are one thing, his actions are another.
Nobody's talking about that,
But when you have jurisdictions across the country, including my state of California, doing systematically precisely the thing that even Alejandro Mayorkas said threatens public safety, I mean, what does that say to you?
It's a danger to the citizens of your community. And thank you for fighting to protect them.
Oh, thank you.
Absolutely. And we're having this conversation right now in relation to Homeland Security funding. And I believe there are some common sense reforms that have been proposed that folks on both sides would agree make sense. But those reforms have to go hand in hand with reforming this reckless practice of refusing to cooperate, refusing to honor detainers, and declaring oneself to be a sanctuary. So I'm hoping that we can find bipartisan support for what has long been a bipartisan principle. I want to go to a second topic, which is the school board memo, which I know that you have rescinded. And it was initially promulgated by Attorney General Garland when he came into office with President Biden.
What about Biden?
Essentially opening an investigation into parents who were showing up at school board meetings and expressing their views on COVID policies, masks, various other issues, and using the full apparatus of federal law enforcement and counterterrorism to go after these parents. Now, he said this was because there was an increase of threats, but when even his own FBI director, Christopher Wray, was before this committee, he said there was no evidence of an increase in threats. Yet nevertheless, when I asked him if he regretted the memo, Attorney General Garland said there was absolutely nothing wrong with the memo. Now, I take it you disagree with that, having now rescinded it?
Absolutely. That was one of the main focuses of President Trump and this administration. We will protect parents at school boards. We will protect children in schools. We will protect parents' rights.
You'll protect children in schools. Okay, so why are you not introducing legislation to address the #1 cause of death for children between the ages of 1 and 18, which are firearms, you fucking bitch?
Want to protest in front of an abortion clinic without being arrested, they will do so.
Thank you very much. And finally, I thank you for your efforts to step up the detection and rooting out of fraud. My home state is California. Any idea if there might be any fraud going on in California?
Well, we are establishing, as you have heard, a fraud unit, and I'm sorry.
I want to punch him in the dick.
In your state, but the cavalry's coming.
Just a little
and we
dick.
have Colin McDonald, who is hopefully will be confirmed soon. We're working on Minneapolis. I don't know if you were sitting here when I said that, but California was. Right up there. I'm sorry to say for both sides of the aisle. That California is right up there with fraud. It's out of control. But we are coming to your rescue. Donald Trump is coming to the rescue.
Thank you very much. And unfortunately, I think you'll find that what's happening in California pales in comparison to what's been going on in Minnesota. Thank you. I yield back.
Okay, Kevin.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Actually, I think the gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Bondi, I'm here. On September 25th, President Trump signed a memorandum known as NSPM 7, purporting to address domestic terrorism.
Mary Gay Scanlon, Democrat, Pennsylvania's 5th. Norristown, Swarthmore, Philly.
Blurring of the line between unlawful conduct and constitutionally protected speech and activity, as well as its call to investigate, prosecute, and dismantle groups that the president and Stephen Miller described without evidence as, quote, an organized campaign of radical left terrorism. Now, counterterrorism experts were further alarmed by the administration's singular focus on left-wing extremism, combined with the sudden deletion from the DOJ website of decades of research and law enforcement analysis, which had concluded that right-wing extremism poses the greatest terrorism threat to Americans. The president's memo broadly and vaguely links violent conduct to ideologies, and it targeted specifically anti-American, anti-Christian, and anti-capitalist beliefs, as well as, quote, hostility to so-called traditional American views on family, religion, and morality, end quote. President Trump has repeatedly and openly, however falsely, tried to brand his political opponents with these sentiments listed in his memo. But as you know, as a lawyer, holding beliefs that the White House disagrees with is not a crime. And the statute defining domestic terrorism requires criminal acts, not just thoughts and ideas. That's why legal experts, nonprofit leaders, religious freedom, and civil rights advocates immediately raised the alarm that the new presidential directive was a politically motivated attack on civil society designed to silence those who disagree with the administration. So, Ms. Bondi, Section 3 of that memo directed you, as Attorney General, to submit to the President and Stephen Miller a list of groups or entities whose members are engaged in acts that meet the definition of domestic terrorism. And then on December 4th, you directed the FBI to work with a variety of law enforcement entities to compile a list of groups and entities engaged in such acts by January 3rd, 2026, and to update that report every 30 days thereafter. So can we assume that you or persons under your direction at the Department of Justice have prepared that list of groups or entities who are designated as domestic terrorist organizations? And I just remind you, that's a yes or no question. Did you prepare the list?
I'm not going to answer it yes or no, but what I will say
of course not.
Is I know Antifa is part of that. I will talk to you about
I'm
that.
reclaiming my time. I asked whether you
an Antifa member was arrested in Minneapolis federal court for
my time. Did you
they
have
ask a question and don't want an answer?
The answer is yes or no.
Time belongs to the gentlelady from Pennsylvania. Gentlelady can proceed.
Okay. So, will you commit to providing this committee with any list of organizations that you have recommended be designated as domestic terrorist organizations?
We will comply with the law in all matters.
Will you commit to provide this committee with your list of entities that you recommend be designated as domestic terrorist organizations?
I'm not going to commit to anything to you because you won't let me answer questions.
Okay. Well, then we do understand that your current position is that you have a secret list of people or groups that you are accusing of domestic terrorism, but you won't share it with Congress. And I'd remind you that when the U.S. government designates
Antifa in the chat, can I get a hell yeah?
Organization, it must report that to Congress and to the entity, because the government can make a mistake and the entity has the opportunity to contest it. So your position seems to be that if you falsely designate an American or an American organization as a terrorist group, there's nothing they can do about it.
Correct. Busted.
I think we get it. You don't want to answer the question.
No, you don't get anything regarding public safety.
Oh my God.
Nothing.
Unbelievable.
Thank you for the insult.
Busted.
It's clear you didn't come to Congress prepared to answer questions that the American people have every right to have answered. But if you were to prepared to answer truthfully, here's what we expect the facts to show. The administration is keeping lists of Americans who the White House says are engaged in domestic terrorism. Those lists could include Americans who have not committed any acts of terrorism, but simply disagree with this administration, people like Renee Good,
people like me,
and Alex Preddy.
And you.
And your list may include clergy, elected officials, and members of indivisible groups across the country. And those lists likely don't include Proud Boys or Oath Keepers who were actually convicted.
That's right.
Americans have never tolerated political demagogues who use the government to punish people on an enemies list. It brought down McCarthy, it brought down Nixon, and it will bring down this administration as well.
And you're right. That's why we're so glad they rescinded the memorandum targeting parents. For goodness sake, as the gentleman from California just pointed out in his 5 minutes, the gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Yeah.
May I respond?
Why are Proud Boys, designated terrorist groups?
One of our members.
Okay. Thank you. I don't want that to get away. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Behind me, I have 3 documents from the DOJ production.
They're
emblematic of the massive failure of the DOJ to comply with the Epstein Files Transparency Act.
Kentucky.
To my right is an email that was sent by the victims' lawyers to the DOJ. It was a list of names not to redact, a list of names not to release. What did the DOJ do with this email? They released this email in the document production. Literally the worst thing you could do to the survivors, you did. And they're getting phone calls. A lot of these people didn't want to be known. And we know you touched the document because you redacted one name and you redacted the lawyer's name, but you left the survivor's name there. The next document I want to show you, that was in the title, the victims' survivors' names, all right? The title of this one is Child Sex Trafficking. Co-conspirators, fully redacted. And by the way, I'm going to unredact them here. Les Wexner is in this. Now, your deputy attorney general said, oh, well, he appears hundreds of times in the files, but he doesn't appear in this file until I forced you to release it, where he's listed as a co-conspirator, not to tax evasion, but to child sex trafficking, not to prostitution, not to money laundering, child sex trafficking. And then finally, what we have here is the third exhibit that I have is emblematic of the FD 302 release. These are the documents that we need that you're holding on to and over-redacting because they have the names of the men who are implicated. How do we know? Because the survivors gave testimony to the FBI, and it's in there. And what happens when you go to the portal at the DOJ to look at what's behind this redaction? Another redaction. So we can't even see them. And then there's some of these files you've pulled down from the website that we will never see because we can't search the redactions. So I have several questions for you. Who's responsible? Are you able to track who in your organization made this massive failure and released the victims' names? Are you able to track who it was that obscured Les Wexner's name as a co-conspirator in an FBI document? Do you have that kind of accountability?
I believe Wexner's name was listed more than 4,000 times.
Yeah, I already told you that. This is where he's listed as a co-conspirator.
Finish my answer. Come on, let me finish my answer. We corrected that within 40 minutes. He was already, you're acting like everybody's trying to cover up Wexner's name.
Reclaiming my time.
I'm going to answer this question.
Reclaiming my time. Mr. Chairman.
This is how this works.
Can I have my time back? Mr. Chairman.
The gentlelady can give her answer. The time belongs to the gentleman from
All right, I'm reclaiming my time.
Can I give my answer?
So I'm going to put the language of the bill up on the screen.
Chairman, may I give my answer on that? It's a political joke, and I need to give my answer on that.
We'll let the Attorney General respond, and then the gentleman can move to his next question.
It's my time.
Within 40 minutes, you asked me a question. Within 40 minutes, Wexner's name was added back.
Within 40 minutes of me catching you red-handed.
Busted. Exactly.
There was
you
one
were caught,
redaction.
Pam. You were fucking caught. You were caught, and you got called out, you fucking bitch.
Trump derangement syndrome. He needs to get, you're a failed politician. You need to
I want you to watch the video.
Mr. Chairman, please restore his time and remind the witness of the rules here.
There is no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals.
Is that your position as well?
My position is any victim who comes forward, of course, we would love to hear from them. 1-800-CALL-FBI. Did you ask Merrick Garland that the last 4 years? Did you talk about Epstein?
I am reclaiming my time. I'm glad you're asking about Merrick Garland.
You don't get to reclaim
because
time
this is bigger than Watergate.
When I don't answer the question the way
this goes over 4 administrations. You don't have to go back to Biden. Let's go back to Obama. Let's go back to George Bush. This cover-up spans decades, and you are responsible for this portion of it.
And that's
now,
where the
I want to know at what point did the FBI and the DOJ decide that Lex Wexner was not a co-conspirator? Because our Epstein Files Transparency Act requires you, please put it back on the screen, please, to release the internal decision about whether to prosecute him or not, and it's not in the files, and it's not in the files for any of these other men.
Time of the gentleman has expired.
May she answer?
And he's a hypocrite because he voted against the ban that we were talking about on deep fake AI porn. Only 2 people voted against it, and you were one of them, hypocrite.
Oh my God.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Thomas Massey's got this look on his face like, ooh.
Mr. Chairman, could she answer the question?
Chairman, I was wondering.
The gentlelady's allowed, the Attorney General's allowed to respond the way she wants to respond to any member's question.
That's a Republican.
Democrat.
I have unanimous consent request.
Gentleman's recognized for a UC.
All right. This is an example. I'm submitting these 302 forms that are entirely redacted, even when you go to look at them.
Without objection.
I'm submitting a witness statement that implicates Les Wexner.
Without objection.
I'm submitting an article from the New York Times that the DOJ released nude photos and identifiable pictures of the victims. I'm submitting a letter from A.G. Bondi to Kash Patel, imploring him to quit keeping the files when you found out that they were keeping files from you, because they're still redacting files that you...
Chairman, are we going to recess for votes?
Yes, we are.
I'm submitting for unanimous consent a document of 17 individuals who've resigned because of the Epstein files.
Without objection.
Thomas Massey, co-author of the Epstein Transparency Act, by the way, along with Ro Khanna.
Just want to check on how much time I have left in votes, but one thing I've learned here of late that they'll wait on us. How much time do we have? Oh, they just called. Okay. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Maryland.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Jamie Raskin.
I want to start by saying I appreciate what you said.
Buckle up.
General Bondi, and you said it to me personally, that you take the personal security of every member of Congress seriously, and that people can contact you about that. And in these times, that's a very serious matter. So I thank you for that. Article 2, Section 1, Clause 7 of the Constitution is the Domestic Emoluments Clause. And it says that the president is limited to his salary in office and cannot receive any other money from the federal government while he's in office. It cannot be increased by $1. This president is the first president in U.S. history who has repeatedly sued the federal government for $230 million for the judicial search warrant at Mar-a-Lago, which was perfectly lawful and was never struck down. But now he's suing the IRS for $10 billion. He's suing the IRS for $10 billion, which I think is around 80% of its annual budget, because his tax returns were leaked. And they were illegally leaked by a private contractor who actually is in prison now, Charles Littlejohn. But he wants $10 billion. Now, but I want to ask you the question of whether you think it would violate the Domestic Emoluments Clause for you to settle that $10 billion case or any of the other claims that the president has made against the government. He himself has remarked, it's interesting because I'm the one that makes the deal, right? And he says, I kind of have to work it out with myself. Do you think it would violate the Domestic Emoluments Clause for the president to work out a deal for people who are his subordinates under his unitary executive theory to get money in one of these cases?
She's going to pivot.
I'm not going to discuss pending litigation.
Okay, so theoretically you're saying because his privacy rights were violated in that tax case, and they were. I'm with the president on that. I mean, his Mar-a-Lago thing is ridiculous, but there's no doubt that his tax returns, despite the fact that he promised to release them, despite the fact that every other president released the tax returns, he suffered embarrassment when it showed that he hadn't paid taxes for several years, and he had a right for that not to happen. Now, I want to turn back to the Epstein survivors. Because President Trump may have been a little bit embarrassed by the release of those tax returns. How much do you think the claims of these survivors are worth? As the good congressman from Kentucky just pointed out, there were lots of survivors who had decided, for reasons of their own, never to release their names. That determination was represented to people in Congress, and we built it into our federal law that their names could not be released, and yet you published their names, their phone numbers, their addresses, personally identifying information. If Donald Trump can get $10 billion theoretically from the Department of Justice, how much should these people get for a far worse violation of their privacy rights and a far greater danger established to them in their lives?
Do you even know who Chase Mulligan is?
Here we go.
You're so obsessed with, you don't, do you?
I'm going to teach you the rules again. You're the Attorney General of the United States. We have rules here.
Here we go.
You're the Attorney General of the United States.
You're obsessed with Donald Trump. You have Trump derangement syndrome.
Here we go.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like my time restored. I'd like my time restored.
In your district. In your district, and you don't even know about it, about keeping children safe from online predators.
It belongs to the gentleman from Maryland. The gentleman can proceed.
Yeah, and I want the whole country to look at this. Because this is the Attorney General of the United States, whose job is law enforcement. We've never had a witness who has misunderstood our rules and been unable to conform his or her conduct to our rules before. We have only 5 minutes, and so we use our time to ask you specific questions.
How long are you giving me to answer?
Excuse me, I'm not yielding to you right now. I'd like that second retort too. So, Ms. Bondi, the way it works is we ask you a question and you answer it. And if you go off on a wild goose chase, another tangent, you start reading statistics or you start talking about stuff going on in our district. And by the way, I invite you to my district. Come to my district, but that's not what we're here to do today. Okay, so, and you do that, then we're allowed to say we reclaim our time. At that point, you have to be quiet. You have no choice. You have to be quiet. So I hope you understand the rule of this board. Now, here's what I want to ask you. You're in law enforcement. We've seen all kinds of evidence of crimes. And when we go over to the Department of Justice for the 4 computers for every member of Congress, we see more evidence of crimes. Will you create a joint task force of the Department of Justice and governors and state attorney generals and district attorneys across the country to investigate the crimes that have taken place against these victims and more than 1,000 like them? The DOJ is not doing its job. Will you create a task force with state and local law enforcement to make that happen?
She's not going to answer.
Can respond.
She's going to sit there and not answer.
Thank you, Chairman. He called Chase Mulligan a wild goose chase and didn't even know who he was. He is a defendant in your own district who preyed on girls.
Mr. Chairman.
Well, you know what? If he were part of the Epstein investigation, you wouldn't do anything about it.
Online chat rooms and committed sextortion.
Here we go.
Yet he didn't even know in your tiny little district who he
Mr. Chairman,
was.
she's embarrassing you.
He's about to be
This is your committee, and she is embarrassing
Shame
you.
on you.
The time of the gentleman has expired. I would remind the committee that last Congress, Secretary Mayorkas was here numerous times, and he wouldn't answer our questions, even when we sent them to him ahead of time in writing. So
this is why people hate
Congress. That's what we've had to deal with.
This is why people hate
the Attorney
Congress.
General is doing just fine.
Oh,
we have votes shortly. I will go to the gentleman from Virginia, and then we will take a break to head to the floor.
Of course you do.
I thank the chairman, Attorney General Bondi. Thank you for being here. And I wanted to thank you for your work at DOJ in restoring the rule of law, encouraging transparency surrounding Jack Smith's partisan investigations into President Trump, declassifying information about the Russia collusion hoax, cracking down on sanctuary jurisdictions, and establishing the National Fraud Enforcement Division.
Give me a fucking break.
Let me first go to securing the border and immigration enforcement. Our new governor has recently rescinded 287G cooperation between the state and ICE. Can you talk about, have you evaluated the public safety impact, how that would affect safety in Virginia to withdraw that support and what that would do?
Ben Klein from Virginia 6, Roanoke, Harrisonburg, Winchester, Republican Rep. Ben Klein, Virginia 6th.
Yes, it would be detrimental. And as you know, Congressman, one of the top members of MS-13 in the entire country was living in Virginia, in a suburb, among all of us, living not even probably half an hour away from where we are now. And the cooperation previously with the governor, with the members of the state of Virginia, helped catch him and take him off our streets. An illegal MS-13, one of the heads for the entire country, was living in Virginia. And it's a shame that that's happening now. And thank you for bringing it, talking about it. Because we're going to keep America safe.
Really?
And when people feel like they can flee to these cities and states and be safe, they can't.
States' rights.
Because Donald Trump is going to protect Americans. We're going to protect the citizens there. Whether or not.
Then turn around and apologize to the citizens that are behind you who you exposed, you fucking bitch.
Violent gang members, like he's been doing this last year.
We appreciate that. We appreciate your work to make that happen in Virginia and keep Virginia safe. I want to move on to the Fraud Enforcement Division that you've established.
Of course you do.
My understanding is that this initiative is intended to centralize, coordinate enforcement of fraud laws related to government programs. You've talked about Minnesota, you've talked about California. Would this affect Virginia as well? Because we have fraud in Virginia as well.
Absolutely, and we look forward to working with you.
Cool.
Would this affect things like long-term care accountability, senior living facilities engaged in Medicaid fraud, including
systemic overbilling practices and the misappropriation of taxpayer-funded benefits.
Yeah, that is exactly
Glenn
what
Youngkin was the governor. Are you going to blame him? You're going to drag him in for testimony? Republican? Trump wannabe?
Specifically, or another subject, that under the Biden administration, there was a sitting member of the Virginia General Assembly under investigation. Is that investigation still ongoing?
What?
Can you speak to that?
I can't discuss that.
Okay.
So
I'm going to move on.
Virginia Assemblyman under the Glenn Youngkin administration in Virginia, and somehow it's Biden's fault? Okay.
Last year, President Trump signed the One Big Beautiful Bill into law, which included the Hearing Protection Act, part of it that was sponsored by myself and Congressman Clyde. It reduced the national firearms tax, $200 tax on suppressors and short-barreled firearms, to zero. And while the tax has been eliminated, the NFA's registration and paperwork requirements remain in effect, and your DOJ has said that would, even though the tax was reduced to zero, that the registration requirement is still somehow necessary, even though with regard to Obamacare and the Affordable Care Act, when that mandate was when that tax penalty was reduced to zero, you decided that the mandate was no longer necessary. How are you justifying the existence of this registry?
What?
Would reconsider that. Would reconsider that. I yield back.
Okay, answer to that.
Hey, Jim, when the president says he's going to sue the IRS for $10 billion and you're concerned with paying an informant, which is part of law enforcement, fuck you, you piece of fucking shit. Why don't you apologize to the victims of the abuse on your watch at Ohio State, you pathetic piece of fucking shit? How about that?
More than $20,000. Why he had to do those things, we'd like to know when you can, if you could get that information to the committee. I think when you think about the guy who was trying to put the president of the United States in prison.
Because he committed crimes.
Ridiculous as that whole thing was.
Really?
We'd kind of like to know the answer to that. If you
can. Okay, sure.
And with that, we're going to stand in recess. We will go as quickly as we can and vote. We have 2 quick votes on the floor, and we will be back. There is actually some lunch if you all need it. We have for our members, and since you're back here, you can have some. We normally have plenty.
Mr. Chairman.
We'll take a recess.
Before you gavel out, can I ask for unanimous consent to enter to a record the article entitled Inside Trump's DOJ dated October 16, 2020?
Without objection, we stand in recess.
Great. Wow. So as predicted when we started this coverage, and we're probably going to end here because I've got some shit I got to get done. Yeah, I'm okay. As we discussed, this was going to be Republicans glazing, talking about Minneapolis, talking about fraud, talking about illegals, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Right? Because Republicans, with the exception of Thomas Massie, and you notice that a Republican, Thomas Massie, who voted in with support of the president, 95% of the time, but his name is on the Epstein Transparency Act along with Ro Khanna's as co-sponsors. They wouldn't let him talk. Survivors City, again, I don't like the fact that they were used as props, but they were there. Simple question was asked. Turn and apologize to them for exposing their names, and she wouldn't do it. She is a vile, despicable person who deserves all elements of shame and scorn and ridicule, and she should be fucking impeached. It was exactly as I predicted it was going to go. It's embarrassing. Our country is run by people who are protecting the worst type of criminal, and Pam Bondi does not give a shit. She took a moment during that testimony to pivot to the stock market, to say that Donald Trump is the most transparent president ever, and to say that he's the greatest president in American history. If that ain't a cult, I don't know what is. I want to thank you all for being here. Just as a reminder, we are still in the process of trying to generate funds to support the Do Something Tour, which comes up in April. If you'd like to help us out, I would appreciate that. You can go to Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Everything is at Factsstillmatter, and you can donate there. We'd appreciate that. You can also find information in our Discord under the Do Something channel. You can have, it provides you a link to or there's resources available there, points you to our Instagram page we have for tracking that. Could really use your help getting us out on the road. We're tracking this. Every dollar raised, every dollar spent will be accounted for. So you'll have you will actually have full transparency. I will show our administration what transparency looks like. Thank you guys for being here today. I appreciate you. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock Eastern time. I'm sure some people, I know RTP is probably streaming this. Head on over there. Thank you, mods. Thank you, friends. I appreciate you guys being here. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock Eastern time. Until then, friends, please, please do something, because these are the people that are in charge. These are the people who don't give a shit about you and your neighbors. They care about the people who committed the